on whenever Senior Administrative Assistant Lori Carlson conducts the roll. Lori?
Okay, so Commissioner Boatsman.
Present.
Commissioner Friedman.
Present.
Commissioner Goodman.
Present.
Chair Hubble.
Present.
Commissioner Murphy.
Present.
Commissioner Racist.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and welcome, Lori, to the team. Glad to have you on board. As I think Allison mentioned at the beginning, you're new to the city, so we welcome you and glad to have you on board. As I mentioned before, for this meeting, we will continue to utilize the Zoom platform. As always, I'll do my best to recognize you in the order in which hands are raised. I'll do my best to both recognize both physical hands as well as virtual hands, should you choose to use that in the Zoom application. The first item on the agenda is a special business item for the election of vice chair. As I think everyone knows, we lost Ted Weinberg at the end of the calendar year, as he has now been sworn in to the City Council after winning that election this past fall. So we have an opening. He was the standing vice chair, so we now will need to refill that role until our regular elections in June. So with that, Allison, do you want to walk us through just an overview of the process, and then we'll move to nominations?
Yes, I'm just sharing my screen. Okay, so I think all of you are somewhat familiar with this process. It's basically, we will take requests for nominations for the vice chair position, and anyone can chime in and make a nomination. There's no need for a second. We will then vote on the nominees in the order that they're nominated. So whoever speaks up first, that's where we'll start. And we'll just do a thumbs up vote. We'll have everyone hold their thumb up if they would like to vote for that nominee. And as soon as we get a majority of votes in favor of one person, that would be 4 votes, they will be elected as the chair, and we won't need to go through any of the other nominations. So that's the process. Any questions?
Carolyn,
Right.
Did you have a question or a nomination?
You're muted, Carolyn.
Yeah, I had my hand up for a nomination, so perhaps I've jumped the gun.
That's all right. I'll just make one last call for if anyone has any questions about the process. Seeing none, I will call for nominations. Carolyn, I see your hand is raised.
Yes, I would like to nominate Victor Rachis.
All right. I have a nomination for Victor. Are there any other nominations?
I would
Yeah.
like to.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I would like to nominate Tiffin.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I have a nomination for Tiffin. Are there any other nominations?
I want to nominate Mike Murphy.
All right, I have a nomination for Mike. Are there any other nominations? All right, hearing none. As I welcome my son through the door.
Sorry.
Sorry for the background noise. Okay, hearing none, we will start then with our first nomination, which is Victor. I believe I'm just going to call for a vote. All of those in favor of Victor. I feel like I'm missing something, Allison, but this is correct, right? You just walked through it.
You're right. Just have them
right.
do the thumbs up. And if
Sorry,
you
my
have
son threw me
four,
off as he walked through the door, so I'm like, ah. All right, so with that, right, we have Victor as our first nomination. So all of those in favor of Victor, please signify with a thumbs up. All right, I have 2 votes for Victor. Given that we do not have a majority of 4, we will move to our second nomination, which is for Tiffin. Please raise your thumb if you have a vote for Tiffin. Okay, we only have 3 votes, I see. And I will go to our third nomination for Mike. All in favor, please raise your thumb. I had 3. Okay. We do not have a majority on any vote. So Allison, how do we move forward with this? Do we just go through? Do we have to renominate again, or do we start at the top of the list?
Great question. This hasn't happened before when I didn't have Andrea to tell me what to do.
Excuse me, Chair.
Go ahead.
This is Lori. I think there were 4 on Tiffin. You may perhaps didn't see Jordan put his thumb in kind of a little bit late. I don't know if that's true. I saw
only
4.
I only saw 3, but if we could just, if I can take a vote on that, because I saw Carolyn and myself and Jordan were the only 3 that I saw. Is that a correct vote? I'm not hearing any dissent to that, so.
Maybe I was wrong. Okay.
I'm just consulting the bylaws really briefly. Give me a minute.
Thank you. I'm gonna close the door quickly while you are looking that up.
Well, I don't think the bylaws give us any direction here. So it says after nominations have been closed, voting for the vice chair takes place in the order the nominations were made. A tie vote results in a failed nomination. As soon as one of the nominees receives a majority vote, they'll be elected. And it doesn't say anything if no one receives a majority vote. So I think we need to just make a decision about how we want to proceed.
I think you might. Oh, sorry, Allison.
I was going to say, I know for city council, when they elect mayor and deputy mayor, I believe they go back to the same nominees again and see if anyone changed their mind, but I'm not certain about that.
I think the commission needs to keep cycling through an order of the nominations until 4 votes is arrived at.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, given
Question,
that
Dan?
I'm sorry, Carolyn, go ahead.
Oh, I just want to make sure I've understood this correctly. So we take a vote on one candidate, and if that one doesn't get 4, then the next candidate, we can vote again, right?
Correct.
And so on.
Mhm.
Okay, just want to make
You
sure.
can vote on each time.
Mhm.
Mhm. Each
Yep,
nominee.
that's not correct. You're not, you are not limited to one vote, like for one person, if that makes sense.
Mhm. Okay.
So I tend to be in concurrence with Jeff that since the bylaws are silent on the procedure, that we would continue through the list again. Victor, did you have a question?
Sure. Maybe I can make it easier and withdraw my candidacy.
Okay. As long as the rest of the, we don't have a formal process, but I think we're at liberty to, as a group, I think everyone is.
'Cause it feels like it feels like Jeff just described an infinite loop.
Yeah, I was gonna, yeah, it's certainly something to think about when we do bylaws discussions, or something to ask the council on when we do that in June. But it sounds like everyone has heard Victor's point on this. So I will call upon that nomination, but you can take Victor's comments as you would like. So with that, I'll start back at the beginning of the nominations. The first nomination I will take a vote on in favor of Victor. Anyone in favor, please raise your thumb. Okay, I see none.
Didn't Victor withdraw? I
Yeah,
mean,
he did. There's no formal way for me to remove him from the nomination,
Okay.
right? So he expressed his intent and people can vote accordingly, if that makes sense. The second nomination was for Tiffin. Do I have anyone in favor of Tiffin? Okay, I only see 3. And our final nomination is for Mike. All in favor of Mike, please raise your thumb. Okay, I see 5. And Mike, that would make you our new vice chair. Welcome and congratulations.
Well, thank you. I prefer the vice part of it, but you know, that's okay.
Well, did I miss saying vice? Is that what?
No.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Allison, maybe we can make a note just when it comes to updating the bylaws at our annual period for doing that in June. Thank you. All right. With that, I want to move to, let's see, the next item. Thank you very much. We'll now move to the next item of special business, which ironically is an amendment to the meeting schedule in the Planning Commission bylaws. Allison, if you can quickly move us through the process and presentation on this, please.
Yeah, again, I've just got 1 or 2 slides here. So the staff have proposed an amendment to the meeting schedule in the bylaws, and we're proposing that we have 1 regular meeting each month on the 4th Wednesday at 6 p.m. The commission can amend the bylaws anytime by a majority vote of the entire membership of the commission, so 4 votes again. And we just need a motion to do that. And I'll just put up on the screen if my slide will advance. There we go. This is the actual draft amendment that we're proposing, just to change from the 1st and 3rd to the 4th Wednesday of each month. So just a minor amendment there.
Great. Seeing this, does anyone have a motion?
So moved. Or is that not
Commissioner-
enough?
Nope, you're good.
You're good.
Okay,
Oh.
so moved.
So Commissioner Rashish has moved to amend the bylaws as presented. Is there a second?
Second.
I'll second that.
Okay, we've got a couple. I heard Jordan first. So it's been moved and seconded. Are there any questions, comments before we move to a vote? Carolyn?
I presume this starts in March then?
I think this will go into effect immediately, but we already have a special meeting scheduled for February on the 16th. So that 16th meeting will stand, and then yes, we'll start meeting regularly on the 4th Wednesday beginning in March.
So is there another meeting in February then?
Just the meeting on the 16th. We'll cancel the 4th
Okay.
Wednesday of February.
Great. Thank you for the clarification on that, Carolyn.
Sure.
Okay, with that, all those in favor of the motion as presented, please, do you want a roll call vote on this, Allison?
Yeah, we should do that.
Okay. If I could ask the administrative assistant, Lori, to, or whomever, to take a roll call vote, please.
Yes, so commissioners, please turn on your microphones and then indicate aye or nay, or that you're abstaining after I call your name. So Commissioner Murphy,
Aye.
Chair Hubble,
Aye.
Commissioner Goodman,
Aye.
Commissioner Friedman,
Aye.
Commissioner Boatsman,
Aye.
Commissioner Murphy, or I'm sorry, I already called you, Commissioner Races.
Aye.
Okay. The vote's complete. We have all ayes.
Thank you, everyone. The motion passes 6-0, and we will move forward with our new regular schedule on the fourth Wednesday of the month. Thank you very much. Perfect. Our next item of business is appearances. This is the opportunity for anyone to speak to the commission on any item. Do we have, Lori, anyone in the queue to speak to the commission this evening?
No, not that I'm aware of. Allison, is there anyone in the queue that I'm not aware of that would like to speak?
No, I'm not aware of anyone that's signed up.
Okay.
Excellent. Well, then I will skip over the directions for speaking to this. And for anyone who is watching this at a later date, we do enjoy having the occasional guest speaker join us. So always feel free to call or contact the administrative assistant by 4 p.m. on the day of the meeting if you would like to speak. With that, we will move to our next item of business, which is a public hearing for ZTR 21-005 related to a code changes related to noise and lighting. Yes, the public hearing is again in regards to the review of proposed changes to the nuisance code and the residential development standards as they relate to noise and lighting. I will now call the public hearing open and will ask staff, is there anyone who has signed up for public comment wishing to address the commission?
No, there's no one who signed up for public comment.
Thank you. Hearing that there are no comments this evening, I will go ahead and close the public hearing at 6:30 p.m. Awesome. With that, let's move to the first item of regular business, which is the review and approval of the meeting minutes of December the 15th. Can I have a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
All right, it's been moved by Commissioner Friedman. Is there a second?
Second.
And it has been seconded by Commissioner Rashish. Is there any comments or questions or corrections to the minutes? All right, seeing no comments or corrections, Lori, if you could please call the roll.
So commissioners, please turn on your microphones and let's do our roll call vote. So Commissioner Boatsman, what say you?
Aye.
Commissioner Friedman,
Aye.
Commissioner Goodman,
Aye.
Chair Hubble,
Aye.
Commissioner Murphy,
Aye.
Commissioner Races.
Aye.
Thank you very much. And the minutes are passed 6-0. Moving right along. The next item of business will be now the deliberation of ZTR 21-005 relating to the noise and lighting code amendments. I have this evening, I believe Adam is with us, and he'll walk us through a quick presentation. And questions, I will follow questions with a motion and a second to get it on the table, and then we will walk through. I know there have been some materials that were distributed prior to the meeting from some commissioners with changes they would like to propose. So we'll move through that, but we'll start with Adam. Good evening.
Good evening. Let me get my screen shared here. So there, oh, okay, there we go. Tonight we'll be walking through ZTR 21-005, which is a proposed code amendment to address noise and lighting in residential zones. Let me get situated here. So first, we'll just kind of walk through what the staff recommendation is and the proposed code amendments. This zoning code amendment was proposed during the 2020 docket, and it proposes changes to MICC or Mercer Island City Code 8.24.020 and 19.02020 to regulate the noise from from landscaping equipment and to establish standards for exterior lighting in residential zones. After the briefing, the Planning Commission will deliberate on the proposal, and you can kind of let me know what changes you might want to make, and then eventually make a recommendation to the City Council. And let's see here. So the zoning code project was proposed by your colleague, Carolyn Boatsman, during the 2020 docket. And that project was added to our work program by the City Council through that process. You were briefed and had discussion on the proposal at the November 17th meeting. And then staff prepared a draft of amendments after getting your feedback on the proposal. The proposed amendments and the staff recommendation were provided in a staff report dated January 18th, 2022. For the SEPA, the State Environmental Policy Act, those SEPA requirements for this proposal have been met. CPD issued a SEPA determination of non-significance on December 21st, 2021. And the Department of Commerce was notified at the same time as the SEPA determination was published. And the SEPA comment period ran from December 21st to January 12th, and no comments were received on the DNS. There are 4 aspects of the staff recommendation that you'll consider tonight. First is the staff does not recommend changing or amending MICC 8.24.020 to further regulate the noise from landscaping equipment. But if the Planning Commission wants to recommend kind of specific hours of operation for landscaping equipment, we did prepare an alternative, and that's listed on page 4 of the staff report. The important thing there is that you'll need to specify which hours of operation you'd like to recommend. Another piece of this, at the November meeting, you discussed a possible ban on gas-powered leaf blowers. And that's really kind of beyond the scope of what was assigned by the county, or sorry, by the City Council. So in your recommendation, if you want to address that issue, it would be just kind of a simple recommendation for a ban or against it. We don't necessarily need to get into the nitty-gritty of that. It's kind of just a simple, we would like to recommend a ban or we would not. And then finally, for the lighting regulations, staff put together a draft of changes to Mercer Island City Code 19.02020 to establish new standards for external lighting fixtures in our residential zones. So to start with, we can look at the noise, the proposed changes related to noise. Under the current nuisance code in Mercer Island City Code 8.24.020, noise from landscaping is regulated the same as other noises from activities that don't require a permit. So these noises are not considered a nuisance between the hours of 7 a.m. and 8 p.m. on weekdays and 9 a.m. and 8 p.m. on weekends and holidays. Kind of generally, the staff recommendation here is that we don't really need to set different hours for landscaping equipment because there isn't really a substantive difference between the noise generated by landscaping and other noises that are regulated by this section of the code. And so because there isn't really a substantive difference there, there isn't necessarily a reason to regulate those noises differently. But we did prepare an alternative if that's what you want to request. And we put in the hours in the proposed alternative of 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Mondays through Fridays, and then 9 a.m. and 8 p.m. on weekends and holidays. So again, those hours in that alternative, you can propose different hours if that's what where you come down on this. And again, one of the things that we talked about, or that you talked about on November 17th, was a potential ban on gas-powered leaf blowers. There's a pretty strong argument for adopting a ban. You know, there's environmental impacts and there's also health impacts. But such a ban is kind of outside of the scope of what was assigned to the Planning Commission and staff through the docket process. So what we would really need to do is kind of let the council know that that's the direction that you're heading with this, and then they would need to decide whether or not to take up that work. So generally, the recommendation here, if that's something that the Planning Commission wants to move forward, would be to kind of just put out there that the ban is something that you're interested in, and then the council can give us feedback on when or if to take up that project. So moving now to the exterior lighting regulations. Our existing residential development standards do not regulate exterior lighting in our residential zones. And in our review of exterior lighting standards kind of in neighboring jurisdictions and looking kind of across a bunch of different places, most lighting regulations for residential areas regulated two features of lighting fixtures. The first is the direction and shielding, which kind of regulates where the light is pointed, where the light is directed. And then the second is the brightness of the lighting fixture, so the quantity of the light that's generated. And these are the two kind of main focuses or foci of that section proposed. So first, kind of looking at direction and shielding. This is probably the most effective way to keep light contained within a property boundary and prevent that kind of light trespass beyond the property boundaries. And first with shielding, I included in the staff report some kind of illustrations of shielded lighting fixtures. You can see that there's an opaque barrier around the bulb. And with shielded lighting fixtures, the bulb is not visible below that shielding. So other things that maybe look shielded that have some kind of opaque barrier, if you can see the bulb below it, that's not really a shielded lighting fixture. And then also I included this illustration from the Flagstaff Naval Observatory regulations that kind of illustrates the directionality of a lighting fixture. They recommended having it pointed no more than 45 degrees above straight down to kind of keep that direction, that light pointed downward. The second aspect of lighting is brightness, and that's typically measured in lumens. A lot of times we think of lighting or the brightness of a light in terms of wattage. But wattage really measures like the energy usage of a bulb, so it's not a good measure of light, how much light is actually produced. And with today's high efficiency bulbs, you can generate a lot more lumens with a much lower wattage. For kind of our reference today, there's a couple of lumen points of lumen measure that are referenced in the proposed code. One is 1600 lumens, which is roughly the brightness of a 100-watt incandescent bulb. And then 450 lumens is roughly equal to a 40-watt bulb. So the staff recommended changes to establish these regulations would be to add a new subsection K to our residential development standards in MICC 1902020. And the proposed standards would require most exterior lighting to be shielded or directed downward and establishes a limit on the lumens. So we'll look through those kind of line by line here. So first, K1 would establish that these standards apply in all single-family residential zones, but it does create exemptions for streetlights and lighting on public pedestrian ways, repair of existing lighting fixtures, emergency lighting, temporary seasonal lighting, and lighting required by state or federal law. And these exemptions were pretty common throughout all of the example lighting regulations that we looked at. And it should keep the regulations to only apply where they're really needed in those kind of landscaping lighting or security lighting for residential for homes. Next, K2A requires that fixtures be designed to minimize the light trespass onto neighboring properties. And K2B requires that all exterior lighting must either be fully or partially shielded. There's one exemption built in here for an unshielded porch light, but like at the main entry of a residence, but that would be limited to 450 lumens, or roughly a 40-watt incandescent bulb. Then K2B establishes what we mean by fully shielded and partially shielded. So fully shielded, again, has a solid opaque barrier where the bulb is not visible below the barrier, whereas partially shielded might have that barrier, but it's not, the directionality of the light isn't above that 45-degree above straight down angle. K2C requires that each lighting fixture not exceed 1600 lumens. So that's each individual lighting fixture. K2D requires that the lighting fixtures be designed so their light does not extend on the neighboring properties, past the object being illuminated, into the sky, or onto public road and pedestrian ways. And then finally, K2E requires that those fixtures with a motion sensor not be activated by off-site movement. The staff report included some analysis of the criteria of approval for amendments of the zoning code. The proposal is consistent with our comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan doesn't actually have any, our land use element doesn't have any specific policies about lighting in residential areas, but it does kind of talk about keeping our neighborhoods, kind of maintaining that character of the neighborhoods, and containing light and keeping light less intense would be kind of consistent with that. You kind of associate like a more intense lighting with like a more urban area. Then the amendment bears a relation to our public health and safety, our public safety and welfare. The safety concerns are making sure that folks are able to light their property for security purposes. And then the welfare concerns are kind of what was brought up in the docket application, where as you're kind of walking through the neighborhood or whatever, a light would, could be activated and kind of shine in your eyes, or it might be kind of disruptive to have that around. And then this amendment is really in the best interest of the community because it balances those two concerns. It allows for folks to have their security lighting while also kind of controlling the lighting so that it's not a nuisance or not a problem in those neighborhoods. So that concludes my presentation for this proposal. The remaining steps of the process, I was thinking that I would give this before public testimony, but we already did that part. So that takes care of that. After you make your deliberation or have deliberations and make a recommendation, we'll take this to the city council. And we're expecting that to be sometime probably in late February or March. So in the next couple of months, we'll take this forward.
Hey,
So-
Adam, can you go back? Sorry, just 2 slides there to the performance criteria. Yeah, that one. And because I just want to be clear for anyone who's listening that maybe doesn't look at this regularly, whatever amendments we make or propose as recommended changes to the nuisance code in this regard, these are just the performance criteria as a reminder that whatever we do have to adhere to. So we're not voting on any of these 3 things here. This is just the performance criteria that any recommended amendment that we make to the code have to perform to. So
yes,
I just wanted
thanks
to-
for that clarification. Yeah, we're
yeah.
not amending this section of code. No.
Yeah, you said it. I just want to punctuate it because I do know that people listen to this and I don't want to confuse people. So great. With that, I'm going to just be clear in saying if you have specific questions about what Adam has presented, now would be a great time to do that. And then after we get through any specific questions about Adam's presentation, I'll take a motion and then we can start deliberating any changes that we want to make. Victor.
I have a few questions, but I'll ask one and then you can cycle back to me. So on the noise, the materials that we have on top of page 3 talk about an enforcement officer. Who's actually responsible for enforcing the noise statutes on Mercer Island? Where's that fall?
I can respond to that. It's a combination of the police and the code compliance officer and CPD.
Okay.
So if you call outside of regular business hours, the police would respond to a noise complaint. If it was during business hours, they may see if our code compliance officer was available to go, or kind of depending on the circumstances. Like if it's a loud party, usually the police will just deal with that. If it was related to construction noise or something more in the purview of CPD, they would ask us to do it.
And do you have can you give a sense of about how many of these issues come up on an annual basis?
And by these issues, you mean noise complaints in general,
noise,
or?
yeah.
I mean, I'm not quite sure how many calls the police get about loud parties or that kind of thing, because I don't really ever get involved with those. We do get complaints maybe, a couple times a year, less than a handful, about construction noise that's outside the allowed hours. Oftentimes that's on holidays like MLK Day or something like that, where it is a city holiday and so they're not allowed to work, but some people do work that day. And so there's confusion sometimes from the construction companies about that they're not supposed to work that day. They don't always understand that, or they don't always follow that.
Okay. And then landscaping?
I don't think we get too many calls about this right now. I think sometimes you do get complaints about leaf blowers or things like that. Right now, we don't really have capacity with our code compliance officer being part-time, we don't really have capacity to respond to those kind of calls right now. His time is prioritized to more life safety related issues like building without permits or things that, might present a life safety risk or an environmental risk. Things like that are taking up pretty much all of his time right now.
Okay. And I'm just going to keep my hand up for the next round. Okay.
Before we come back to Victor, does anybody else have any questions for Adam or Allison? All right, hearing none, we're back to you, Victor.
All right. So on the lighting, I realize this is what we're discussing tonight is around residential lighting. I was just wondering how we handle facilities that are within residential areas, but are not residential themselves. So for instance, the high school football field, the country club, the beach club. How do do they fall under these regulations, or is there a separate set of regulations? How does that work?
Well, so we do have some regulations for uses out or for zones outside of town center for lighting, but they're fairly minimal. I don't have them committed to memory, but if we were to adopt this, it would apply. This applies to all uses in those residential zones. So the proposed change would apply throughout.
So for instance, the regulations on light trespass, for instance.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was the term, right? Light trespass. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Tiffin?
I was just going to clarify, I thought the high school was in the public institution zone. So because doesn't this apply specifically to some of the R zones, like R 8 point, I think it's like 8.4, 9.6, 15. So like the clubs I think are in there, but for example, I'm pretty sure like that whole high school campus is not in there, or any of the public schools. But
I think you're right.
Yeah, some of our, like kind of community facilities are there, but some aren't.
And that actually is a great point of clarification. I'm kind of wondering what happens when if they're either in the residential zone or they have a special zone, as you point out. My question is, what happens when there is light trespass into the residential zone? Do we have
zones? Is that,
what's that?
Are you thinking like between zones? So
there's not a between zone. So like let's take the high school football field. Big bright lights, completely surrounded on 3 sides by residential neighborhoods. And when those lights are on, there's light trespass. So I'm not arguing for or against this. I'm just trying to understand this. Same thing. You can say the same thing for the South Mercer playfield down at IMS. Big, huge lights, on at night, 100% surrounded by residential. So how is that? I'm trying to understand how does that fit into this?
I think Tiffin was correct that both of those examples you just gave would be either public institution or park zoning. So what we're talking about here today for this code amendment wouldn't apply to those properties. There's a separate section of the code that applies to areas outside town center that are not single family. So like religious institutions, community clubs, other facilities that are in residential zones that are not a single family use. There's like a separate code section that applies to those. And so that those lighting standards is what would apply, I believe, in this case.
And it would warrant, I think, going back to look at those at some point, because from what I recall, despite the fact that you think of the stadium as being really bright, if I remember when we did the what was the middle school, when they did those improvements in the parking lot down there, the lighting standards were much more stringent than they are, I think, for residential in some ways. So it would be interesting we can look back at those at some point. Did that answer your question, Victor? Was it there's a legal answer there, which is the rules that govern the light that is emitted from those properties are governed under a separate section of code.
That part I get. That part I understand. But then there's the issue of light trespass into a residential area.
Right. That's the part I think that is it tends to fall into that code compliance conundrum, because you're always going to have impacts from neighboring zones. So I'm not sure that's resolved here.
What I'm taking away is it's kind of muddy.
Tiffin, did you have your hand up still for another question, or is that from before?
Sorry, I was trying to go back and actually read the code, because now this made me quite curious. So I guess I don't need to belabor it anymore, but if my memory serves correctly, the way I read it is if a property is in one of those residential zones, this applies, whether or not it's an actual residential use or not. And if it's not in a residential zone, it does not apply. Is that just, consistent with your understanding? Okay.
If that's true, then that actually answers my question much more clearly.
Yeah, I think if you were a non-residential use inside of a residential zone, you could potentially have two sets of lighting standards apply. This one we're talking about tonight and the existing lighting provisions in 1912-070 for what's called regulated improvements, basically any of the non-residential uses in a residential zone.
And typically when there's conflicting codes, Allison, the more stringent is the one that applies. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is it worthwhile trying to clean that up for the, say, in this, pardon me, it applies to residential uses in these zones, so we don't create a conflict in the code? What would be kind of the staff advice on that?
I think that might make sense. I mean, that's kind of in my mind how I was thinking about it as we were pulling this together, is that it would apply to the single family uses. So it might make sense to make that clarification so that it's very clear which code section applies to which uses.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Jordan, I see you've got your hand up.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about this motion sensing security light that I have out in front, in the center of my garage, and trying to figure out, how that plays into this, because I'm pretty sure it's in violation of this on several different things. First of all, the bulb isn't shielded. I can turn it down, 45 degrees or more, but then that might kind of negate the purpose of it, detecting someone coming into my driveway. It might reduce the amount of video coverage that I have of that person, and which could make the difference between being able to identify someone and not. And third, it came from Costco. It came with it, the bulbs. I don't know. I don't know. I assume that they're replaceable, but they're probably long lasting because they're LEDs and they're super bright. They're super bright. I'm sure they exceed the lumens level on this. So I understand. So I guess the question is, I don't expect any of my neighbors to report me because I don't think it's really, causing any problems for their homes. But how does this work? And would the enforcement officer just say, hey, sorry, you shouldn't have bought that Costco, security motion sensing light. You need to take it down. I'm trying to understand how this works from an enforcement perspective.
So that lighting fixture would then be non-conforming at that point. So as long as it continues and you're not replacing it, or you can continue to have that lighting fixture, right? It's just in the future when you install a new lighting fixture, it would need to be compliant with the regulations, with the standards. And so you would be notified about, hey, this doesn't comply with these standards, and here are the standards, and then you would need to direct the light downward and that kind of thing.
Now, would directing it downward, you said something earlier, Adam, that I wasn't, it was different than my reading of the proposed language. Is it either or? Like if it's not shielded, if I turn it down, 45 degrees or less, is it either or is it both?
In the draft, it's either. So your fixture needs to be either shielded, fully shielded, or partially shielded, which can be some combination of shielding or directionality that gets it angled downward.
Okay.
There's an order there. Yeah.
But that does not solve the lumens issue, right? Like the enforcement officer would come out and measure the lumens coming off of the bulb, and they would say, yes, you've got it, pointing 45 degrees or more down towards the ground, so you're good on that part, but it's too bright a bulb, so you got to Is that how it would work?
Right, then you would replace the bulb with a less bright bulb. But I think, 1600, most exterior light bulbs are going to be in that general vicinity. Yeah, because that's a pretty bright light bulb.
Is it? Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mhm.
Victor?
I wanted to drill down on Jordan's example a little bit more. And so really the question is for Adam. What Jordan has is a motion sensing light. So this even applies to a motion sensing light that is only temporarily on?
Yes, it applies to all exterior lighting fixtures that are installed after the effective date of the ordinance. So any new exterior lighting fixtures would be subject to this.
Okay. So Jordan, can you give us your address so that we can send in a compliance officer?
Well, at the sake of being a bit flippant about this, the reality from a compliance perspective is that caveat right there is imminently and really hard to prove, right? But did it exist before or not? The only exception to that where you can really have proof of that is permitted work. So when you have a permit and you're doing a building, you've got an inspector who can come out and look at things. There's sort of proof of the beginning stage and the after stage. If your neighbor comes over and says, hey, they just put in this new lighting fixture and it doesn't work, the burden of proof is on them to prove that it didn't exist a year ago or 2 years ago. And so therefore, I'm assuming the compliance officer doesn't really have any recourse in that position, which is partly why I just don't like these sorts of rules that rely on compliance in this way, because they just create situations where it's there's no documentation on every fixture on my house that the city has a record of. And so how do you prove that it's a new fixture or an old fixture or not, unless it's permitted? So I don't know, that to me, that's structurally what the whole problem with this entire section is. But that's neither here. I'm getting into what I shouldn't be getting into, which is more of the discussion. So I get the feeling that we may start moving in that direction. So are there any other specific questions for clarification with Adam? And if not, does someone want to make a motion so we can get this on the table and discuss?
So moved.
Seconded.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve the recommended sorry, we don't have a recommended motion in the packet here. So I was looking, is there one at the end?
I think the recommendation is no action on sound, correct?
Yeah,
And-
there's that piece, and then there's the recommended standards for lighting.
Right.
You may want to take those as separate motions, because I imagine there may be some different types of discussion there.
Okay, so Victor, do you want to clarify your motion?
So to Allison's point, I'll take them one at a time and say, I move that the Planning Commission accept the staff recommendation on the noise ordinance as detailed in their presentation.
Okay.
Does that meet their muster?
Sure. Sorry, point of clarification though, but what does that mean to accept it?
To accept it means to take no action. Their recommendation is to make no changes. You'll have to go back to the slide that has it, but I believe it is the summary is to take no action on leaf blowers because that noise is covered elsewhere in the code. It's covered under, I believe, I don't have the code in front of me, but it's covered under the landscaping portion that sets hours of 7 a.m. to 7 p.m.
So are we not deliberating? Have we finished deliberation? Because I thought we were.
Well, I think I'm making a motion, and then we will deliberate after that motion.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm trying to get to it. It was under item B here. I'm just going to get to it so that we can.
But I don't think I have a second yet on my motion.
Yep. I just want to be able to reiterate it here.
Okay.
That is that staff recommended. So this is the noise sacrament recommendations. Noise. I'm finding it here.
It's on
It's on-
page 8 of the staff of the memo.
Or slide 5 if you're looking at the deck.
Thank you. That's what I was looking at. There we go. Okay, so your motion, Victor, is to not recommend amending MICC 8.24020.
Right.
And basically make no recommendation, or the recommendation is no action to the city council.
Shorthand, accept staff recommendation on
Got
noise.
it. And is there a second to that?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Victor, do you want to start and speak to your motion beyond what you said?
I think in reading the in listening to the presentation and in reading the background material, I think staff makes a very good argument for this being covered in other parts of the code. And my read of it, kind of based on staff recommendation, is it's redundant. So,
Okay, Carolyn, you're on mute still, Carolyn.
I would like to amend the propose an amendment to the motion. If this is the correct time to do that, Dan,
Yes.
I actually do want to propose something that I think we could regulate appropriately. If this is the time.
Now would be a great time.
Okay. So I move that we amend the draft Q sounds number 2 to read as follows. Sounds related to activity authorized by a permit from the city of Mercer Island or emanating from the use of a gas-powered blower are limited as follows. That's all that would need to be amended. Everything else remains the same. And then
Okay. So there is, and by the way, this was submitted in email if folks had the chance to see that. But if you look at page 17 of the packet, which is in the page number in the lower left corner in the box, we are looking at the draft code, item Q sounds, and number 2. And the proposal is to change the that sentence there to add or emanating from the use of gas-powered blowers. Is there a second to Carolyn's motion?
I'll second for the sake of discussion.
thank you.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Carolyn, did you want to speak more to that?
Yes, please. I wonder, Allison, if you could put that up on the screen, perhaps, or maybe it would be best to put the whole section Q up there because I could show how this fits in with it. Or maybe I should be asking Zach, actually, or Adam.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Let me pull that up here.
If you've got the packet, Adam, it's page 17.
Yeah, I've got a Word document, so I can get in here and type as you guys
Oh,
go. too.
perfect. There you go. Perfect.
So you can, what's shown on the screen, so this is the attachment from the packet in Word. So this is the staff alternative down here. And then what Carolyn just proposed is here. I'll highlight it with a blue text so you can see. So this is what's been proposed here.
So my proposal is just that, and deleting all of the other amendments that are shown, the staff amendments. So I'd like to explain that the original docket item was to see if we could change the hours that landscaping tools were allowed to be used. Excuse me just a minute. With the great concern about blowers, of course, this is what most people are complaining about. And I think we kind of quickly ran up against what we felt was a logjam. If we tried to limit the hours of commercial landscaping companies, that would be unfair because we would have to also limit the hours of residential users. And, you know, we quickly eliminated that. And we were also concerned about city staff. So as I did some brainstorming about this, trying to think about what to recommend to the council, and I was going over and over reading various cities' bans on gas blowers or regulation of the hours or various ways they go about it. I looked back and I thought, well, wait, we really do have an opportunity here. Given that many cities are banning gas blowers entirely, this amendment that I'm proposing would only make gas blowers not allowed to be used outside of the time that permitted construction can operate, which is actually only Sundays and legal holidays. So I think given that many communities ban gas blowers entirely from residential use and commercial use, all this would be doing was saying you can't use them on Sundays and legal holidays. So residents would be able to use them on Saturdays and during the hours on weekdays from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., 9 to 6 on Saturdays. So in a sense, it gets right back to the actual thing that the docket item was proposing. I guess I think we backed away from it perhaps a little too soon. And, you know, this was just something that I appreciate talking to Allison and Adam about this yesterday, but this just kind of occurred to me today as I was looking at all of these other cities and their bans and so on.
Okay, thank you, Carolyn. Any other comments, questions, Jordan?
Are we just talking about the changing the time bands for using these blowers, or we also, is it a separate discussion that we'll have separately about whether or not to do that general recommendation that's outside the scope of this about banning them?
Currently, we're just talking about the specific amendment that Carolyn has proposed, and we can come back to a future recommendation to the, you know, to an alternative recommendation, which is basically outside of the purview of this code update.
Okay, so right now we're just discussing the blue text here, the addition of emanating from the use of gas powered blowers.
Correct. Yeah, that's the motion that's on the table that we're discussing to eventually come to a vote on.
Thank you.
Mike?
I tend to agree with the idea of limiting the noise of this, but the problem I'm seeing in this proposed amendment And this approach is painting with too broad a brush. This whole process really got started with the issue of the backpack blowers, which are the super loud version of that. Your typical handheld ones are not nearly as noisy. And I think this whole thing got started with the notion of trying to control the noise from the professional landscapers using these heavy duty backpack blowers. And the amendment as written would ban, your average homeowner using a small handheld blower from cleaning up his or her leaves on, Sunday or holiday, which is when most people have the time to do that. So I don't know if this is really accomplishing the original objective, and maybe more micromanaging people who use, the more retail Home Depot type items, which are not nearly as noisy. So I would tend to, although I agree with the general concept here, I don't think this amendment is the right idea.
Okay, Carolyn?
Yeah, let me ask Mike, when you say handheld, you talking about gas blowers that are handheld as opposed to gas blowers that are backpack?
Correct.
Okay, so were this to be worded, two-stroke gas power blowers, would that solve the problem?
I don't know if two-stroke, but the common reference is to backpack style blowers.
Okay, well, that could be changed to accommodate the type, that we're talking about.
Yeah, I could support that.
Yeah. Okay, so emanating from the use of gas-powered backpack or backpack gas-powered blowers, because those are the big ones.
Yeah.
I wanted to point out also that this amendment creates no problems at all for our park department, because they don't work on Sundays and holidays, and they don't work outside the hours that, these are allowed on weekdays.
Okay, any other comments around the motion that's on the table? Tiffin?
I just wanted to just check in with staff to see if there are any concerns that haven't kind of been brought to the discussion.
I see Jeff has his hand up. Jeff, do you have a comment?
I do. I'm having trouble getting my video up here, though. Bear with me for one moment. Actually, I just wanted to the last comment about the city business when it comes to landscaping on Sundays and holidays. Allison, do you have any recollection, or are you aware that is in fact the case during the high season summer months, that we don't have parks maintenance staff working on those particular days?
I actually don't know. I haven't asked that question. I don't think we would, but I don't know for certain.
I can actually, this is Sarah, I can probably help answer that. There are some instances where our parks department would be working over the weekend, either depending on special events that may involve some sort of element related to this, or just general overtime related to backlog maintenance in the parks. It's rare, but it's not a non-occurrence.
Okay, Chair, I just wanted to raise that. I've certainly worked for other cities where during high season there are maintenance crews working throughout an entire weekend or a long weekend. So
yeah,
thank you.
Yeah, I'll chime in on this. I mean, I have a number of concerns. I'll start with the to the comments I think that the staff made earlier. I mean, I do believe that we have a broad-based noise regulation that would pertain to any noise. I think drawing the distinction between a backpack blower and a handheld blower, I get back to, I don't know how you really enforce that. I concur with Mike's statement. Look, if it's raining on a Saturday and it's sunny on a Sunday, I'm going to be out working on my yard on Sunday and I'm pulling out my leaf blower, right? Especially in the fall. And we live in an environment where we are all beholden to the weather in the proper maintenance of our homes, of which I think landscaping and the maintenance of said landscaping is a part of the sort of the safety and health of our residences. And we are unfortunately beholden to the elements here. And so I think having something that strictly time bound, especially in a way that would prohibit people from maintaining their own houses, I am against. Getting away from that, look, if it's the council's belief and the overall belief of the city that they want to move away from gas powered devices of any kind like this, whether they be, and if we're going to go that route of making a suggestion longer term, it's got to be more than blowers. It's got to be mowers. It's got to be anything that's got a motor on it that's going to make noise. And it's actually, for me, less about the noise than it is the environmental part of it. Like if we want to say we're going to be an electric city, then that's what we should do. And that's the statement we should make. Making a distinction between a blower or a motor or a generator or anything, to me, I just don't, from an environmental perspective, it doesn't make any sense to me. The last piece is from a code structure perspective. If it's the will of the commission to go and say, do gas powered backpack blowers, I'm not sure this is the right place to do that. I understand Carolyn was trying to make it easy. I would love an interpretation from the staff, but the item number 2 is really the way code should work, is that this is very specific to permitted activity and the limits that are on permitted activity. And if we want to limit, put limits on gas powered blowers, it should be along the lines of what the staff had recommended as item B, which is calling it out as a separate line item. It makes it easier to find in the code when people are looking for it. It reduces confusion. So I think structurally, this is the wrong place to make this amendment. Should it be the will of the commission to place these language like this into the code? Those are my statements. Carolyn, is your hand still up from before? Okay.
I'm sorry. Let Jordan go first there.
Jordan.
I do have some further comments. Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to echo everything that the chair just said. I agree with all of it. I'm much more interested in the general recommendation that we're not really discussing right now. I think all of this is kind of around the edges, and I think the more specific we get in terms of not just not just 2-cycle motor equipment, but leaf blowers, not just leaf blowers, but battery backpack ones. I just think it's not the right direction for us to go. And as you said, I'm much more interested in the environmental aspect of this. And it's, anyway, I have a lot to talk about, or I have a lot to say about that when we get to it.
Okay, Carolyn, you want to go back to you?
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's see here. you mentioned, Dan, how do we enforce? Well, there's so many things in the city code that are dependent upon complaint, and the city is not going to be out enforcing so many different things. This is just one. All noise complaints are handled, or all noise enforcement is typically handled by filing a complaint. And as Allison said, their staff is limited. So, however, having things in the code that are prohibited does over time have an impact on what people do. So I don't think that's a broad reason to not have a regulation, because we don't have a force of people out, enforcing it. You mentioned that we have a broad, noise ordinance that applies to everything. Well, it's almost useless. It just identifies some regulated noises and then just pretty much says they're always loud. I mean, it really doesn't accomplish anything. So this, docket item was to try to reduce the amount of time that we're listening to the loudest blowers. So it does provide improvement. If the commission or the council wants it, this does give people a respite from what you have right now, which is all the time. And as far as it being the wrong place to put this, I wrote it up the other way that you're referring to, Dan, and it was extremely confusing. In fact, I think what the staff has drafted here is quite confusing. I consider number 2 to be the section of the code where certain activities between certain hours are not allowed. And these would just be the 2 things permitted by Mercer Island or emanating from a gas-powered blower. It's the simplest possible way to say it. And then you mentioned a gas-powered, or, people wouldn't be able to pull out their leaf blower and work on a Sunday or a holiday. I'm not quite sure. Do you think that homeowners are using backpack gas-powered blowers? Is that common, do you think?
I have definitely
He's asking
seen.
Dan.
Look, I'm the statement did not start that way, and we haven't actually passed an amendment to that point. So I'm making the suggestion was made that it be specialized to backpack blowers, but it's not the amendment that was proposed. So I'm just speaking to the amendment as you had originally proposed it.
No, I'm asking you if you think that homeowners are using the heavy duty backpack gas blowers that this is referring to.
I don't have enough knowledge to know whether or not that's true or not. I would venture to say that there are enough people of a means and enjoy toys on this island that it wouldn't surprise me if there were.
Okay.
But frankly, I just don't think that it's relevant to and that's just my perspective. I don't think making that distinction is really going to be gaining us anything.
No, I thought it was you made a point, and I wanted to understand what you meant. But I guess then, and then considering this within the context of many cities around, the country are banning these altogether. So for residents and commercial. So yeah, our residents would not be able to do it on Sunday and legal holidays, which I think would be a reasonable limitation on this type of noise and of course, city codes are not, let's just say the 50% defining what you can do, but they're also very important for protecting the public good. So it's not just for figuring out when homeowners can do what they want. It's figuring out how to protect the common good, for all of us. And sometimes that limits what a homeowner can do. But I also think that, recommending.
I'll just make the statement again that, we live in an area where the weather does not always permit us, and cleaning the debris from the yard in the fall to prevent runoff and to prevent flooding in the streets and along other areas is important. And sometimes that work has to happen inconveniently when the weather is able to do that, which happens on Sundays and Mondays. If the intent is to regulate gas-powered machines, I would suggest that we, to Jordan's point, we go down that road and we talk about the environmental impacts of it, and we can talk about the electrification of gas-powered tools on the island as it comes to when any member of this community can and can't use those devices. I'm not in favor of any additional limits. So.
Okay, well, I'm all in favor of recommending to the council a broader action, but I just wanted to make the point that we need to, think beyond what we want to do, that we can do when we want to do it. And probably, if there's leaves in the yard, possibly they don't need to be taken care of on Sunday or a holiday. Maybe they can be done on Saturday or Monday. It may not be as urgent a thing as as what has been implied. So anyway, I think this would be a simple way to do what the docket item had in mind. So that's my best shot at writing it up in a simple fashion.
So the Victor, I'll let you go and then I'll summarize the motion.
To kind of pile on to your point, Dan, but from a different angle, we also we have a number of Jewish neighbors who keep Saturday as the holy day, and they may not be working on Saturday, and Sunday may be a day that's available to them. And so I'll kind of pile on with Dan and say, dictating the days that we can and can't do yard work, I think is challenging.
Good point.
Okay, so Jordan, go ahead.
Really quickly, I just wanted to fact check one thing, because there was someone made the statement that the backpack ones are louder than the handheld ones, and so I just did a quick check and looked at a brand on Home Depot that had both backpack and handheld, which is clearly more of a consumer model, and the decibel difference is negligible. It's like 76 versus 74. So I wasn't, and it also occurred to me, it's not just decibel, it's also how shrill is it, right? Because if it's a bigger industrial one, it might be a lower, less annoying, less likely to give you a migraine sort of sound as opposed to a really shrill consumer model. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Jordan. Okay, so the motion as it's on the table is, as we can see on the screen, Adam is presenting, it's highlighted in blue, would be the addition of the words "or emanating from the use of gas-powered blowers" to item number 2, which is lines 35 and 36 currently of, I think it's section Q, if I'm correct. Yeah, section Q. So that is the motion as it is on the table. So unless there is anyone who has another question or a comment, I will call a vote on the amendment. Seeing no further questions. Do you want a roll call, Allison, Jeff, or is a simple thumbs up with an I or a thumbs down with an A good enough?
I think for these smaller motions, we can do a thumbs up, but then we need a roll call for the final.
For the main motion.
On the main motion.
Great. Okay, so the amendment as proposed, all of those in favor say aye and show a thumbs up, please.
Aye.
Okay, and all of those against the amendment say no with a thumbs down.
Nay.
Nay.
Okay, and the motion will fail 1-5. So that brings us back to the main motion from Victor, which is to recommend no action to the section Q related to this to the sound. What was the main motion around light or sound, Victor?
It was sound.
Yeah.
Sound, and it was accept staff recommendation of no action.
Great. So Carolyn, I have see your hand now.
Oh, I'm sorry. That is something that needs.
Oh, it's a remnant. Okay.
Well, yeah.
So the motion on the floor now would be to accept the staff recommendation of no action related to the sound code and the nuisance code. Are there any further questions, comments, or deliberation? Okay, hearing none. All of those in favor of the motion as presented, say aye with a thumbs up.
I thought we were doing a roll call on this one.
Oh, sorry, you're right. My apologies. Lori, if we could please get a roll call on this vote.
Yes.
Thank you, Victor.
I'm just going to type in and say that. Okay. So as everybody unmute, and then Commissioner Friedman, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Murphy, how do you vote?
Aye.
Chair Hubble, how do you vote?
Aye.
Commissioner Boatsman, how do you vote?
Aye.
And Vice Chair Racist, how do you vote?
Actually, I'm not the vice chair. Well, vice chair wannabe. And my vote is.
Oh, it's Murphy. I'm sorry. I got it wrong. What is your vote? Yes.
Mike, you're unmuted.
Mike, you're muted.
I already got Mike.
Oh, okay.
I guess I wanted Victor to be vice chair, so.
I appreciate.
I
appreciate the shout out. I vote aye.
Aye. Okay. Thank you. Sorry for the confusion.
Thank you. Okay, the motion passes then 6-0 to move forward with that. Do we have a motion related to lighting?
Yes, I will move that we adopt the draft lighting code amendments submitted by the staff.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved by Carolyn and seconded by Victor. Any comments, changes, or amendments, deliberation?
I do have several amendments to them that I would like to propose, and I think you've probably received them earlier. I'd like to take them one at a time. If this is a good time to do that, Dan, or?
That would be great. Let me just pull them up so I can follow along. But go ahead and start down your road.
See if I can.
You know, I thought it was very. Sorry, Carolyn. I'm sorry, but I thought it was very helpful when Adam had it showing up on the screen. Can we do that?
Yeah, yeah.
I was just gonna, yeah, just thinking that would be.
So the first amendment that I'm proposing is in one, applicability. A, it says lighting within a public right-of-way. My proposal is to amend that to say lighting installed by the city within a public right-of-way. And the reason I'm proposing that, well, I guess maybe I need to wait for a second to explain it. What do you say, Dan?
Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry, I was still trying to pull up your comment so I could follow
So,
along in.
That's a proposed amendment to this.
Great. Is there a second to that?
I'll second, but can I just make a friendly change that it maybe should be installed by a public agency or something in case PSE is doing it or some agency other than the city?
That's good. I prefer that. Mhm. Mhm.
Okay.
Yep.
So the friendly amendment was accepted. So it's been moved and seconded. Carolyn, do you want to speak more to that?
Sure. We do have a lot of people around that don't really quite know where their property ends and the public right-of-way starts. Where that would go for roads, trails, pedestrian ways. And I think it'd just be helpful to clarify that the lighting that's installed by a public agency is that which is exempt. Not something someone feels like putting in a trail that runs next to their property or something like that.
Okay, my question to the staff would be is lighting in a public right-of-way always installed by a public agency? Are there times when the city may permit lighting that's installed by, like, is this language too, like, I understand the intent, is the language too precise to be effective? Does it cause an unintended consequence? Should it just be simply permitted lighting or something like that?
Yeah, I shared that concern. I don't exactly know the answer to your question for sure. Like scenarios that came to mind for me were, what if the city hired a contractor to install lighting? Or what if Puget Sound Energy was installing lighting on some of their poles? The language here is really specific in that it says installed by the city. Maybe rewording that to say approved by the city or directed by the city or something like that might be better. Just a bit rougher.
Permitted would make sense to my thinking, because that kind of covers all the bases. And if we're issuing a permit for it, it's going to be compliant with our standards.
And I think we may, we do encroachment agreements with property owners sometimes that allow them to put things in the right of way. And so that would be a permitting process that might allow a private property owner to put light in the right of way under certain specific scenarios that would be reviewed and approved by the city.
So permitted by a public agency is a better way to put it then.
It probably could be even narrower and just say permitted lighting within. I don't know that we need to add more words to it. If it's permitted, it's permitted.
So how would that read then, Adam?
Yeah.
Permitted lighting within a public right of way. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
While you're looking at that, Carolyn, Victor, I see you have your hand up.
Oh, God dang it. Sorry. Sorry. Whew.
I've had my hand up and down a few times as you guys have changed the wording on this. Is there ever a situation where lighting in a public right of way is not permitted? And not permitted is an unfortunate choice of words, but where a permit is not required.
Anything in the right of way would require approval from the city. You couldn't just go put a light post in the right of way by your driveway. That would not be permitted.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Well,
Well, I was just going to say, Carolyn, your motion was for some specific language, and I think that there's been a friendly amendment to that proposed by a combination of us and the staff. Are you okay with the change to the language that has been presented, or would you like to stick with your original language of your amendment?
well, pretty pretty close, but I just have just looking for some reassurance from Adam here. To my way of thinking, when I read it, lighting permitted by a public agency, that means something to me. You know, I would know I can't do this because I'm not a public agency. But when it says permitted lighting within a public right of way, I don't quite know what that means. And it's just a little not intuitive. So if the meaning is okay with lighting permitted by a public agency or permitted by the city, whichever, to me that would be preferable. But
The meaning of permitted would be that the city is issuing a permit that, yeah.
okay, so you feel that it would be much better this way.
I think this is a lot cleaner. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine with me then. That's cool. No, I'm good with that.
Okay.
Thanks.
Any last comments or questions on the amendment to add permitted to item K1A?
Just for the record, we need the second to agree to the amendment to the motion.
Sure.
Okay, it's been approved by both the mover and the seconder.
The mover and the shaker.
The mover and the shaker. Okay, all of those in favor of the amendment as presented on the screen, please say aye with a thumbs up.
Aye.
Aye.
I
Okay. The amendment passes 6-0. Carolyn, I know you have a few more. Go ahead.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, Tiffin. Did you have something else about that, Tiffin? Or
Well, I was going to say, while we're still in this section, I thought it might be a good chance to make a motion to insert that it pertains to residential properties. So what I was thinking might work is where it says this section applies to all exterior lighting installed after the effective date of this ordinance for residential properties in the R.
okay, so the amendment is to add the phrase for residential properties after the word ordinance in item K1. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. I know you've spoken to it, Tiffin, already. Do you have any other comments you want to make?
No, I was just trying to rectify the discussion earlier, but if there's any, suggestions or concerns, please speak
Okay.
up.
I have maybe a friendly amendment. It might be exterior lighting serving residential uses. That might be a better way to get at it. At what you're getting at. Does that make
Sure.
sense?
How would you change the wording? Maybe you could just type it in so we could read it.
Since
As opposed to, because a residential property, I think, is a little more nebulous.
Yeah,
Sure.
good change.
Let me just see it without the, okay, there we go. This section applies to exterior lighting. That sounds fine. Thank you.
okay, Carolyn, would you?
I'm good.
You're good
Yep.
with that change? Okay. So the amendment now reads to add serving residential uses after the word lighting in section K1. I know, Victor, you had questions about this earlier. Do you have any other comments or questions?
good. I'm good.
Nope.
Yeah, I think my questions, what I took away from the conversation is my questions are outside the scope of this.
Great. Any other comments or questions? Okay, hearing none, all of those in favor of the amendment, please say aye and raise your thumb.
Aye.
Aye. And all opposed? I see none. The amendment passes 6-0. Sorry, Carolyn, go ahead.
Oh, no problem. Here's my second amendment, if I may proceed.
Please.
Okay, amend number 2, standards, B, small Roman numeral 2, as follows. I just changed the word after the word barrier where it says or, I changed that to and that's my proposed amendment.
Okay, is there a second to that amendment?
I'll second it for the purpose of discussion.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Carolyn, do you have any brief comments?
Sure. I looked at the drawings that we were given, and to my way of understanding, or to my understanding, the fixture was partially shielded. Or angle. Well, hold on a minute. Just give me a second here. I'm a bit confused. So the way it is written, it means that partially shielded is not only how it's made, but that it's angled no more than 45. What if it's straight down? Is that fully shielded?
It would be, straight down would be partially shielded.
So if partially shielded is straight down, what's the same fixture 45 degrees at an angle?
Any angling between straight down and 45 degrees above straight down would be partially shielded.
So if it's straight down, it's fully shielded. But if it's at an angle, it's partially shielded?
Fully shielded has a complete barrier around the bulb, so that when it's pointed straight down, you can't see the bulb underneath the barrier. Whereas partially shielded, it could be angled or maybe not have that full barrier. You can see the bulb below that barrier. That's
okay.
the
So I
difference
guess,
between the two.
and I think it should say and, because partially shielded means it is at an angle. It's not partially shielded if it's straight down. So I think the
No,
word and is the
I think
correct
the
word there.
distinction, Carolyn,
Make it
is a
clear.
light pointing straight down could be fully shielded, but if the enclosure does not go far enough, it is then only considered partially shielded.
Well, this particular sentence is not about that type of fixture you're referring to, Dan. This is a fixture that has a solid opaque barrier, and the only reason it's being considered partially shielded is because it's at an angle. So it needs to say and. If it's not at an angle, it's fully shielded.
If I could give a little clarification in drafting this, what I was trying to get at is that there are lighting fixtures that are directional, but maybe don't have any kind of shielding. And if we can get those at least pointed down, that would be a partially shielded, it'd be an improvement, right? So, you can think of, there are a lot of exterior lighting fixtures you can picture that have no shielding around the bulb, but if they're pointed down, then that at least gets the light directed downward. So that was the concept there. And that's why there was an or.
Yeah, but this one is, I guess I still see an inconsistency here, Adam. You compare the two phrases, fully shielding has a solid opaque barrier at the top. Partially shielded also has a solid opaque barrier. Okay.
In the original draft, it could have that solid barrier or it could be directed downward. That was the reasoning for the or. If you want to require it to have both a barrier and be directed downward, then that's where you would want to use the and for clarification. Yeah.
Well, there's no difference between Roman numeral small I and 2i if, you know, if you don't clarify that it's something that's at an angle. If you want to have something that is a different category of partially shielded that has nothing to do with angles, that would, I think, require a separate phrase.
So Carolyn, if I can just try one more time here. And maybe the part here is actually that's confusing is not the angling, it's actually the way he's phrased the shielding. A fully shielded fixture means that you cannot see the bulb because the shielding fully encloses the bulb fixture. Partially shielded means there may be an opaque barrier, but it's designed such that you would still see the bulb. And in the case of it not, or it could have a fully visible bulb, but be pointed in a direction that reduces its projection.
Well, I lost you about that last phrase. I was with you when you said partially was an opaque barrier, you could see the bulb, and then what?
So it's partially shielded by that, and I think maybe what needs to go in there is that it's partially shielded by an opaque barrier. Or it could be an unshielded light pointed at an angle.
Okay, well, okay, so it is not a partially shielded. The way it's worded is it is a shielded by a solid opaque barrier.
And I agree with you that that's the part that's confusing, is that the difference between 1 and 2 is that 1 is fully enclosed by an opaque barrier. A partially shielded fixture will only partially be shielded by that opaque barrier, or it's unshielded and pointing at 45 degrees or less downward.
So Adam, is number 1 a bulb that you wouldn't even, or a fixture you wouldn't even be able to see the bulb even if you got underneath it and looked up?
Well, if you got underneath it and looked up, you'd see the bulb, but
Okay,
otherwise
so-
it would be fully enclosed.
And then so number 2 is sort of the same thing. It's just something that has a opaque barrier, but it's at an angle.
But you might be able to see the bulb because it's not fully shielded.
Oh,
Trying to have
well.
some flexibility so that, because there's a wide range of exterior lighting fixtures that could be installed.
What you're saying now would not meet the drawings that you have, and I would have some concerns about it because it really wouldn't provide much protection. So I don't know if, you know, the pictures that you gave us in the packet, where are those? Here we go. Could you put up the pictures? Perhaps, maybe that would help.
Maybe that'll help. Maybe that'll help with the illustration.
Yeah.
Here. Let me get those pulled up here. So when we're looking at it, and these illustrations wouldn't be part of the code. These were just some examples.
Could you make that bigger, please?
Yeah. Let me get that zoomed in here.
Okay. Okay, there we go.
So what we're saying is that these would be fully shielded.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the illustration calls these bad. These would be partially shielded if they were directed at a less than 45 degree angle. So you can still see the bulb, but they're directed downward at least. And that would be more like this illustration here. So this could be, you could see the bulb in here, let's say, under what we've proposed, but it would at least be directed downward and not greater than 45 degrees.
How could I see the bulb in there? It doesn't stick down below the fixture unless I look up into the fixture, or it's at an angle.
Let's say you can see, let's say this wasn't opaque. It was like a glass surrounding the bulb or something.
The better example, if you scroll back up, Adam, there's the larger.
But before you go back up, I do have something I want to say about this particular drawing, if I may. Please note
I just wanted to answer your question about the light bulb though, so go ahead.
Well, as you can see, the fixture is pointed straight down, and to my point, it's called fully shielded when it's straight down. And this is a fixture that is opaque, and there's a bulb up inside of it. And it becomes partially shielded only because it's at an angle. So I think this drawing illustrates the point I'm trying to make.
Perfect segue. If you can go back up, Adam.
Sure.
I'm going to give you an example. If you look at the one where it says bad, in the middle, look at the middle one. That's a large halogen light. It is pointing directly down, and it has a bulb that projects beyond the shielding. These are very common above garages. And I know my grandfather had one by his garage. These halogen bulbs are partially shielded. They're not completely enclosed. You can see the bulb from a straight on distance because the bulb itself is longer and there's a glass enclosure. So it is pointing down. The direction that it is pointing is irrelevant to the fact that it is partially shielded. This is not a fully shielded light. Now, based on the illustration below, if you can have a fully shielded light if it's pointing downward, but it's then only considered partially shielded if it's at an angle. And so we have different language around what's allowed partially or fully shielded. And that's why there's the distinction between the angle and the shielding itself.
Well, the shielding means you can't see the light bulb.
If it's
So when-
fully shielded, that's correct, but you can have a light that is partially shielded that does not fully obscure the bulb of the light.
If you go back up to the drawing above, what you have there is lights that are shielded or not shielded.
There are some, and there are some that are not.
Mm-hmm.
You have shielded on the left and you have unshielded on the right.
Mm-hmm.
Or partially shielded.
Mm-hmm.
It's not shielded. You're looking at the bulb. So that's the definition of shielded, is you're not looking at the bulb.
You want to just call a vote, see where we're at?
Sure.
Well, I don't think it's a good idea to call a vote because I don't really think we understand where we're at. So if we could, we've had quite a bit of discussion.
Well, let me go to
But
Victor and
let's
Tiffin.
see if
They
we can
have their
get some
hands up.
clarification.
Carolyn, I'm going to go to Victor and Tiffin because they have their hands up. Victor.
Yeah, so the one thing that I noticed, and I think Carolyn's actually raising a good point. I've noticed a couple of things. Number one, I'm not sure that the two pictures that are shown are really great for this purpose. They're slightly flawed. But what I noticed is that Dan, in your explanation, and Adam, in your explanation, when you explain this, and the light bulb went off in my head, no pun intended, but this all hinges around light bulb visibility. And if you look at the language in I, it talks about bulb is not visible, whereas in II, there's no discussion about the bulb. And Dan, when you explained it about bulb being visible, and Adam, when you explained it too, this became much more clear to me in terms of understanding this. I think the pictures are actually doing us a little bit of a disservice, and this is all about really bulb visibility. And so fully shielded means you don't see the bulb. Partially shielded means you do see the bulb.
I like that clarity, Victor. Thank you. Tiffin?
Sorry.
Sorry, my dog might start barking in a second. I don't think it pertains to here, but I wanted to make sure it doesn't. I had kind of a question. Like, for example, in my yard, there are light fixtures that are like low to the ground and they go up, they like illuminate, but I don't, how are those regulated within here? Do they pertain to this section, or are they here anywhere in this document?
So that would fall under D here. So that
Okay.
would be the skyward portion.
Clearly shall be designed so they do not. So you can have the skyward as long as they're kind of contained in terms of where the light goes. Is
Mhm.
that what it reads? Okay. All right, thank you. And then, you know,
So,
in terms of,
hold on, that seemed contradictory to me because I read this and it says
Oh.
it shall not project skyward, but we have half of the island with lights under their trees making beautiful lighting in their neighborhood, and I would read that to say that those would not be permitted based on this language.
Did we finish the thing we're talking about perhaps? Because that's another topic.
it is, Carolyn, I just wanted to make sure, I want to know what I would be voting on, and I didn't know if that style was covered under
see.
that section. That's what I was asking.
Mhm.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
Well.
So, Adam has added some potential language here to item 2, or II. Partially shielded means the fixture in which a bulb may be visible and is shielded by an opaque barrier. And the original language would say, or angled no more than 45 degrees above straight down, with the proposal from Carolyn to make that an and. I agree with Victor in that there was a lack of clarity in the first part of this around the definition of what shielded and partially shielded meant. And I think that helps clarify. And Carolyn, I see you've got another comment to that.
Yeah. Again, I would like to go back to the reference materials that we get from the experts in this field, from Fountain Hills Dark Sky Association. And this is all also what we get from the International Dark Sky Association. So if you go back to figure 1, the pictures, if Adam could scroll up. Okay, so let's see. So this is a illustration of shielded lighting, period. That's what it is. It's shielded on the left and not shielded on the right. So my understanding is that our goal here was to have shielded lighting and controlled direction as well. And now with the change that's been proposed here, we don't have shielded lighting anymore. We're taking exceedingly bright lights and just changing the angle and calling it good. I think we've kind of fallen off of our trajectory here.
Victor?
I'm reading that diagram that Carolyn is looking at a little bit differently. I'm reading that as all being shielded and some of it being fully shielded, which is designated as good, and some of it being partially shielded and it's being categorized as bad. But if you read the caption on the diagram, it says example, I think examples of shielded lighting.
That illustration was included to give you guys an idea of what these fixtures might look like, what a shielded, because I think that's a phrase that is misunderstood. I think it might be helpful to read through the code and picture what the code is, just what this section is describing here,
Sure.
and see if that fits and not get sidetracked by the illustrations from the staff report. I think that if what's described in the proposed code language is fitting what you're looking for, that's a better way of considering this than the illustration from the staff report.
Agreed. Agreed. I think, as I said earlier, I think those pictures are starting to do us a disservice here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Carolyn, you have another comment?
So, one of the things that has been great about this proposal from the staff is that it comes from other jurisdictions, that have, more experience than we do with this. It comes from the International Dark Sky Association. So I think we should get a quick reference from the IDA what does partially shielded mean? It would just take a few moments to look that up and make sure that we're getting it right.
So that language didn't come from the IDA. The partially shielded came from some of the other code references, namely that Flagstaff material was pretty helpful in coming up with this. Really, the idea here is that we wanted to build in some flexibility for lighting, for exterior lighting, so that it wasn't purely limited to fully shielded lighting, because that can be a little restrictive. And sometimes homeowners want to have that flexibility in how they provide lighting or install lighting in their exterior. So this was trying to thread the needle between requiring everything to be fully shielded and really just trying to minimize light trespass on the neighboring properties.
So I'm trying to picture what this looks like, this partially shielded fixture in which the bulb is visible. Then if the bulb is visible, what difference does it make what angle it's at? You're not protecting from light trespass if the bulb is visible.
Well, the idea is
you're not able to direct the light.
So the idea is that the other provisions in the code section here would address some of the other concerns. That in addition to being limited in its shielding and direction, it's also limited in its brightness, and then some of these other provisions in the design requirements. So I think you've got to think about it in the context of the whole of the section.
Well,
yeah, I don't want to belabor. I mean, I pulled up
I don't understand what this even looks like.
yeah, I mean, I pulled up if it's just pull up a view of floodlights that people put on their houses, and you can see a number of examples of both shielded and unshielded and things that can be tilted and moved. And I think the intent of this paragraph is to say that if you're going to have a floodlight of some kind, if it's not fully shielded, it needs to be pointed downward, it either needs to be partially shielded or it needs to be pointed downward, is the way that I read the code as it was written. And so the question that is currently in front of us is the original amendment, which is, do you require a fixture to be both partially shielded and pointed down? Or can you have an unshielded light pointed downward that would direct the light down so that it's not shining sort of out and across into people's faces and things like that? So that's the way I read and interpreted the code, which is, and I agree there was some lack of clarity around what partially shielded is, but when I did a quick look at floodlights, and then it became very apparent very quickly what the difference is between a shielded or a partially shielded and an unshielded enclosure might be. So Victor, I saw you put your hand up again.
Yeah, so it may be helpful and it may address some of Carolyn's concerns if that language on II is changed to say, in which a bulb may be partially visible. I don't know, Carolyn, does that help?
Well, yeah, possibly, but my favorite thing to do right now is just to withdraw my amendment and just leave it the way it is.
Okay.
Is that a possibility?
I actually think you're raising a good point.
Yeah,
Carolyn, I think there's consensus on the fact that there's a lack of clarity here.
Mm-hmm.
My issue with the proposal you made is I don't think that it should be an and. I think you either need to have it partially shielded or it needs to be angled downward. The issue at hand is I don't think that that language around partially shielded was worded correctly. And I think what Adam is adding here helps bring clarity to that. So
So a partially visible bulb means the bulb is sticking out of the fixture part way, or what?
That's the way I read it. You can see part of the bulb, but not all of it.
Mhm.
And therefore you have partially shielded.
You know, for the greatest good for our neighborhoods is if we can direct lighting. So if the bulbs are behind the opaque shielding, the cool thing is they're letting you put that at an angle. So if you want to get that light, you know, pointed out somewhere, you can do it to 45 degrees. But removing it from the full shielding, it doesn't do much for our neighborhoods. We're not going to get much improvement, I don't think, with that. There's so much lighting all over the place. So direction and shielding are the things that'll really make a difference in our neighborhoods. And it is partially shielded once you angle it. You know, it's no longer completely shielded. You can see that bulb to some extent, but it's better than having it straight at you. And it's also better than not having it shielded so that the ambient light is spreading in every possible direction. The shielding directs the light.
Okay, Jeff, I see you've got your hand raised.
To be a troublemaker, but just to Commissioner Boatsman's point from a few minutes ago about seeking out some additional source information, I did have a chance here to go onto the International Dark Sky website, and I will tell you, I'm not sure they're going to give the Commission possibly what it might be looking for there. They make it very clear that acceptable forms of outdoor lighting are fixtures that shield the light source to minimize glare and light trespass and to facilitate better vision at night. Every visual example they give, and there's at least 15 to 20 of them, they're fully shielded. They're fixtures where you cannot see the bulb, and they're pointing down. So they really don't address partially shield type of situations. There are a few examples in the unacceptable side of the page that would fit into this partially shielded discussion that you're having here this evening. Flipping through a couple other examples just from Google of city codes related to outdoor lighting. I think other cities are wrestling with a similar conversation that you're having here this evening with degrees of shielding and what's acceptable in their community and what isn't.
So if I can take the liberty real quick to just sort of poll the group. I mean, we've got I think a couple of things happening here, right? So there's three elements that I'm reading. There's lighting that's fully shielded. There's a nod to partially shielded fixtures. And then there's a nod to angling light so that it points in a particular direction. And I think the question goes back to the original intent of the group, or the question to the group is like, what is the intent of how specific or how restrictive do we want to be on lighting in this case? Is it good enough to take the approach that we've had, or that it's being presented to us, that sort of lays out those three categories of, you know, good, better, best? That's kind of the way I would think of it. And maybe we phrase it that way, or does the commission want to be wholly more restrictive and say that only fully shielded lighting is allowed? Because I think that kind of gets to the crux of what Carolyn's trying to get to, at least as I'm hearing it, which is she doesn't believe that the item 2BII is stringent enough, which is why she was putting the "and" in there, is that it had to perform to both the shielding and the directionality.
No, that wasn't my concern. I was just looking at grammar. I wasn't concerned about how strict it was. It was just a very small thing I had in mind, but.
Okay, and that's not what I had heard, so thank you for clarifying. Carolyn, you still have your hand up, and then I'll go back to Victor.
Sure. In response to your question, Dan, I just want to go back to, I would prefer to go back to what the staff gave us for guidance when we started out on this. The staff reviewed residential lighting standards in several neighboring jurisdictions. I'm reading from our packet. The International Dark Sky Association and reference materials from the American Planning Association. In general, lighting regulations are designed to ensure that substantially replaced exterior lighting fixtures, 1, minimize the amount of light that spills onto neighboring properties, 2, reduces ambient light pollution, and 3, only illuminates the object or area where the light is needed. Then it goes on to say that the 2 ways you do this are direction and shielding, and brightness. Okay, so I think we have a pretty good package provided by the staff. And I think the intention of what they gave us is pretty good. And, you know, forget the word "and" or if that causes us to start exposing bulbs from shielding, because we won't accomplish very much if we do that.
Okay. So from that, I mean, is your intent to withdraw the amendment that you proposed, or?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I forget who seconded it. Did they agree to the withdrawal? Lori, do we remember who seconded that?
I'm not sure if I did.
That's my recollection.
I believe it was Commissioner Racist. Yeah.
Great. So Victor, are you okay with the withdrawal of the original motion to change the "or" to an "and"?
Sure.
Okay. The motion is the amendment is withdrawn. Okay, Carolyn, do you want to continue? I know you have others.
Yeah, I have another amendment. Amend 2 standards E as follows. Okay, exterior lighting fixtures with a motion sensor must not be activated off-site. It would probably be best if you get that up on the screen, Adam, please. I would appreciate it. Okay. Scroll up. Can you scroll that up?
It's item E there. I thought you were.
It's
Motion sensor provision here.
2 standards. I'll look here more carefully.
Yeah, 2E.
Where is it? It's under number 2, E.
Which is what he has on the screen.
Okay, yes, I'm sorry. You've got it, sorry. Okay. So my amendment was to scratch the word "off-site" and add after the word "movement" that occurs outside of property lines. Movement that occurs outside of property lines. Okay. That's the proposed amendment.
Okay, is there a second to that? One more time, is there a
I'll
second?
second for discussion.
Okay, seconded by Victor. Okay, Carolyn, go ahead. You want to describe the difference between
Sure.
off-site and outside of property lines?
Sure. Just the offsite, using a different word instead of offsites, was partly because I think offsite is not a very, it's not typically the formal term that we use in Title 19 to refer to property or property lines. But the more important reason is that I think it should be more clear that it may not be critical, but you know, when you are in front of someone's property and you're walking on the side of the street, you may not be in the pavement, but you're walking outside of those people's property. And it's important that people not have that light triggered by a person who is actually outside of their property lines, even if they're not in the middle of the street. So maybe it's good enough the way it is. I don't know.
Adam or Jeff, is there any sort of legal definition that would make either of these preferable to the other? I mean, I read them the same, so I kind of really don't care what the language is here. They say the same thing to me. Is there a precedent or anything legal that, or an interpretation that you would say is different or more convention?
No, I think this is a semantic difference largely. I think any planner interpreting offsite would assume that that occurs outside of the property lines.
Okay, good enough. Withdraw. Thank you.
Victor, are you okay with that? Okay.
Okay. And should I go ahead with the last amendment that I'm proposing?
Yes, please.
Okay. All right.
Oh, actually, I'm sorry. I just wanted to do a time check. I realize it's 8:30. We've been going for 2.5 hours. Is everyone okay if Carolyn, if we can go 5 or 10 minutes, Carolyn, we can get through this last one and then maybe approve this in its and like the fully, and then we'll take a break before we move on to the next item. Is everyone okay with that? Great. Sorry, Carolyn. I just want to make
No
sure in
problem.
case someone needed to get up.
No problem.
Go ahead.
Okay, this one is 2 standards D. Okay. Yes, I was my proposal is to add 5 onto biodiversity areas or wetlands.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, seconded by Commissioner Goodman. Go ahead, Carolyn.
Okay, so I think this list of specific places where light shall not be projected onto is useful. It gives some helpful guidance to people. In particular, the Mercer Island Comprehensive Plan calls for promoting the International Dark Sky Association's methods for reducing lighting that negatively affects wildlife. So this policy in our land use, our comprehensive plan is in the land use element, and it basically says, promote the awareness and implementation of the IDA's methods to reduce excess lighting of the night sky that negatively affects wildlife, particularly birds. Secondly, the Mercer Island City Code defines protected wildlife areas as biodiversity areas. And those areas are congruent with the city's open spaces. Pioneer Park, Upper Luther Burbank Park, Mercerdale Hillside, all those areas are called out as biodiversity areas in the definition in the city code. Third, there is a city code that actually requires lighting to be directed away from wetlands. And that's in City Code 1907 190 D3. It just basically says direct light away from wetlands. And then again, the resources were provided with the International Dark Sky Association, pointing out what happens to wildlife when it is exposed to light in wetlands, for example. So I think those are all some justification for adding this to the list.
Okay. Question for you, Carolyn. The areas that you mentioned are all city-owned areas that would technically be off-site from a residential area. So of course they would be protected. Is the intent here to say that if there is a biodiversity area or a wetland on someone's residential lot, that they could not project light onto it? Because that's the way I would read this, is that it wouldn't really apply to anything outside of the boundary lines of the property, because we've already established that light can't project beyond the property line. Is that, or am I
It's
not
true, we
reading that
already
correctly?
established that light cannot project beyond the property line, but we're making a list of special concerns, and I think this one needs to be mentioned. When it says biodiversity areas, there's a lot of houses that come right up against these open spaces. So it's pointing out that you can't shine your light into the open, into the biodiversity area. The wetlands, however, that's on private property. That's a critical areas rule. So if you have a wetland, so a biodiversity area is not going to be on your property. That's been defined by the city code as the city's open spaces. The wetlands, however, those might be on your property. And it already says in the code that you can't shine lights into them.
Okay, any other comments or questions, Victor?
So I guess my question is, if this is already covered in the code in other places, both on the biodiversity areas as well as the wetlands, why does it bear repeating here again? Isn't that just redundant?
For helpful reference. Nobody's ever going to find that reference who's looking at this list. And codes are always written that way to try to be somewhat helpful to the person reading them. You know, I knew about this and I went and found it, but it's not widely known. So in a lighting ordinance where you have another place in the city code, in one little tiny place that says you can't put lighting into that area, I really think it's important for that to be here. In fact, you might change this into a 5 and a 6. Biodiversity areas, 6 wetlands. That would probably be more effective. It wouldn't confuse the two.
But we already,
because one is private property and one is not.
So I understand on the private property, but on the biodiversity, we already have code that says we can't have light trespass beyond our property lines. Is that?
Well, we already have that. It says a public roadway too. That's number 3, or
Right.
neighboring properties, number 1, or, you know, onto a trail or pedestrian way. I think this is a useful list. I just think it needs to be fleshed out a little bit more. I don't think we should remove everything just because it might be somewhere else.
Okay,
So
any other?
just a clarification of what I put up on the screen that might be helpful. So if we want to do this, I think the list should be all of our critical areas that are kind of habitat related. So you might want to expand it to include water courses and fish and wildlife habitat conservation areas, just to make it consistent for all of those areas.
That
So
sounds good.
Yeah, that's just a proposed friendly amendment.
Would that include, that would include wetlands? Oh yeah, you've got wetlands there. Okay, yeah. No, that, I think that's a good improvement.
Okay. Before I get to whether we want to accept that or not, Tiffin, you had your hand up.
I guess I just wanted to pose the question of when these are on people's properties, like what does that look like for them? You know, in terms of like, I mean, I know we did our critical areas ordinance, but for existing residential units that are, you know, close to these biodiversity areas, does that mean they won't be able to like light up parts of their house? Like, I'm just trying to imagine what this might look like. I'm particularly thinking about the water courses one, because I think water courses are quite common, and sometimes they're open water courses and sometimes they're closed water courses. So I just, I guess I'm just wondering what this would look like for property owners in that situation.
So the concept is to keep them from shining a light specifically like into that area, right? So for example, in my previous work with San Juan County, we had a similar provision in our critical areas code. And it was because we had a lot of property owners that were shining lights like specifically to kind of light up their wetlands and habitat conservation areas on their property or streams. And so I think it's really just saying, you know, this is saying that they're going to be designed so that they're not shining directly into those areas,
Okay.
which can be disruptive for habitat.
Okay, Mike, and then I'll go back to reframing the motion. Go ahead.
Just to follow up on Tiffin's comment and Adam's answer, I do understand the point, but one problem we have is with our critical areas ordinance, we have an unusual element dealing with what are effectively enclosed storm lines that are being treated or characterized as some form of water course, even though they're basically a storm drain. And so that would probably need to be clarified to, you know, to apply to existing open water courses, because otherwise you're, you know, if somebody has a storm line running across their driveway, they could be prohibited from having a directional light on their driveway. And that's crazy.
Well, that could be accomplished maybe by just removing water courses, and then fish and wildlife habitat conservation areas would encapsulate like those open streams and those kinds of waterways.
Yeah, that would make more sense.
That would be better. Yeah.
Great. So Adam has proposed a friendly alternative wording to your original amendment, Carolyn, to read item 5 onto biodiversity areas, fish and wildlife habitat conservation areas, or wetlands. Are you okay with that change?
Oh yeah. Yes.
Okay. And I believe, Tiffin, you were the second on that. Do you also agree? Okay. All right. Any other discussion or comments on the amendment as presented? Okay. Hearing none, we'll take a vote on that amendment. All those in favor say aye and raise your thumb, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, any opposed? Please say nay and do a thumbs down. Hearing none, the amendment passes 6-0. Just quickly before we get, sorry, Tiffin, go ahead.
I just want to make another amendment whenever it's the right time.
Yep, that would be fine. I had a question and you can go first.
I wanted, I'm circling back to the concern about kind of the low to the ground lights that people often have in their yard, you know, maybe 2 or 3 feet in height. And I do believe they project skyward, but they don't, you know, I think that it would be within the keeping of this idea to allow them. Do you know what I mean?
You're talking about pathway lighting, like low voltage pathway lighting?
Yeah, pathway lighting. Sometimes they're around like maybe garden beds. People would have them. I'm trying to think. Sometimes they'll have them illuminate like a tree or something. But I mean, I think they're really common. They were in our house when we moved in.
So that was along the lines of the question I was going to have for staff, which is I have neighbors that have like twinkle lights in their tree that are all low voltage and actually very dim, but provide illumination to the yard, especially in the winter months when it's dark at 4 o'clock. And I'm just curious as to how it would be interpreted. Lighting like that would be called on here, to the same vein that I think Tiffin's asking, like, how is low voltage sort of path and landscape lighting that is not a fixture being considered in this, or how would it be considered in light of the way the code's been written?
Well, you put a good, like there's a lot of variation in what could be built, right? And so it's kind of tricky. I mean, I would think that would be an exterior lighting fixture. Now, one of the ways that if you wanted to kind of create a carve out for that, you could maybe think about doing that somewhere up here. You know, we've exempted like temporary seasonal lighting, so Christmas lights, that kind of thing. That might be a place that you'd want to create a carve out for, I don't know, something that produces, you know, less than a certain lumen or something like that. That might be a way to do it. But I mean, really, those upward facing landscaping lights would be prohibited under that under this provision here, D2 or D3.
Yeah, and I mean, I would think that a lot of pathway lighting would be prohibited in the way that this is written.
Yeah, and I'd kind of say it's a bit of a safety issue. It's so dark around here. It's very easy to kind of fall off your driveway when you're walking to your front door. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, if you could go back up, Adam, like looking at your exemptions area, I'm wondering if I can't make a motion, but I'm wondering if someone would be willing to make a motion to add an item there to exclude low voltage pathway and landscape lighting. Typically 12 volt systems are never going to a low voltage 12 volt system would never produce the amount of lighting that would ever reach a threshold of brightness to my understanding, but you know, it would potentially need more looking into, but that's sort of the way that I would think of it, as low voltage, you know, pathway and landscape lighting.
So moved.
Thanks, second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any other comments with that? Carolyn, I know you have a comment. Do you want to comment on this, or?
Excuse me, Chair. Who made that motion?
That was Victor.
Okay, and then who was the second?
Commissioner Goodman.
Thank you.
Sorry, go ahead, Carolyn.
Okay, so, you know, for newly installed light fixtures, you know, it's perfectly, people are capable of getting low voltage lights with a little bit of shielding on the top where the light points down and lights the sidewalk for safety. So I don't really think this is needed. It doesn't affect none of what we're looking at tonight is going to affect anybody's existing lighting. But when they go forward, they can shield it so that there's less light going up. And further down in the draft code here where we have the list of things we were trying to prohibit, if Adam could scroll down again. Okay, so this just says you're not projecting your output skyward. Okay, that's a directional comment. You know, I don't think there's a problem with, you know, sidewalk lights, Tiffin. I don't see a problem here with
I mean,
that.
I happen to know a lot of the ones they sell are, I mean, I kind of can picture what they look like. They have little bulbs. They technically project upward, but they don't create a lot of sort of light around. I just think it's incredibly restrictive. We actually have ones that point down, and I hit them all the time because I can't see them. So I don't know. I guess I don't think it's within, to prohibit something like that. I feel like it's not really in keeping with the ideas that we're trying to promote. I mean, you know, so other people might have more experience with variety, but it's really, I mean, it's really pretty and it's not invasive. I mean, it's not the kind of thing where you're walking by and like these lights glare in your face. I guess I just don't I understand why we would limit property owners so much for something that doesn't seem to, you know, create a big problem.
When you add it all together, it's a lot of lighting. Each little bit is not much, but again, back to the, you know, the preamble of what we're doing is only illuminate the object or the area where light is needed. And if there's an alternative available, and you can get solar powered ones, you know, that just little shielded things that are solar powered, they come on, they light the sidewalk at night. I mean, that's less light going up into the air and into the trees, and, you know, I don't see a problem with things the way it is.
Okay, noted. Just Adam, in what you wrote there, I'm not sure the less than 12 volts is necessary. I don't know enough to know whether or not, I mean, I just know that as an example of low voltage. I don't know if there's any other types of low voltage systems. So I wouldn't want to get into that. We probably would need to figure out how to define, I mean, low voltage I know has a definition in the UBC, I believe. So you know, I would refer to that as whatever the definition is of low voltage.
Here's an alternative. You know, maybe you want to put it at the have it be capped at a lumen level. So this would be a pretty low. That'd be like a 20-watt bulb.
Yeah.
And that might allay some of the concerns about the ambient light that would produce, having it at a lower brightness. And I did a quick Google search, and it looks like most of those, like you know, battery operated or solar power one, they do list what kind of lumens they produce in the in the product description. So that should be relatively easy for folks to find.
Okay. And is your intent to add that as secondary to the first part of the language, or to replace the original language there, the low voltage?
I think it would be a little cleaner if it, instead of saying low voltage, since that's an undefined term, it might be just easier to do something that we have a definition for. We know what a lumen is.
Yep. So I'm fine with that. I know Victor was the mover of the motion. Would you be okay with changing the language to that second clause? Okay, I got a thumbs up, and Tiffin, I think you seconded it. Okay. Good. Okay. Any other thoughts or comments on this? Okay, hearing none, all those in favor of the amendment to add item K1, as it is illustrated here, X, please say aye with a thumbs up.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, all those opposed, no with a thumbs down.
No.
Okay, the motion passes 5-1. Any other, Tiffin, did you have a motion you wanted to make, or was that clarifying what you were?
That was the intent. So that covers it.
Great. Any other motions or changes or conversation before we go to the main motion?
Yeah, I'd like to, I guess, make a motion or an amendment. K2B is the one that probably bothers me the most, because limiting a house to one unshielded fixture in front of the door, I think is that's just, to me, that's just crazy restrictive. I think if you drove around the island right now, I think you would see that like the percentage of houses that have multiple sconces, in front of their garage, in front of their walkway, is, way north. It's a huge percentage of the houses on the island, and most of those sconces look like the far right, some derivative of the far right image in figure 1. Adam, if you could just maybe scroll to figure 1 just for a brief second.
Here.
It's like 2 pages up from where you are, I think. There you go. Okay, so on the far right, to me, and frankly to the far left too, I'm trying to envision how the bulb is so high up in that far left sconce, that the bulb is so far up in the that it's not peeking out in the glass below. Be that as it may, I think the far right image in figure 1 is illustrative of most of the sconces on the houses on the island. And again, I think most houses have multiple. And I think we want it that way. I share concerns about ambient light. I certainly, most importantly, I share concerns about, disturbing wildlife. I don't think these sconces in the front of people's houses do, are any of those things. And if you look at outdoor lighting, pick your favorite. I just happen to go to Home Depot, outdoor wall lighting. So sconces, just like that one, that figure 1 there. By my estimation, and they've got hundreds of them, but by my estimation, well over 80% of them would not conform with this ordinance. And then you get into style, right? And I think it's incredibly restrictive to say, hey, you can only have you can only use a handful of these sconces on your house. Because frankly, some of them just stylistically, architecturally, just would be just a total mismatch. So if it were up to me, we would just, somehow we would just, maybe it's, a certain number of sconces per linear feet on the front of the house. If your house is, I don't know, 40 feet in breadth, then, maybe it's every 10 feet. I don't know, but to only have one that doesn't conform seems crazy to me. So.
Sorry, I was on mute. Tiffin?
I think I interpret this a little differently, so I kind of wanted to make sure I'm understanding it correctly. I thought that the ones in the picture would be covered under 1 and 2, like little 1 and little 2, and they wouldn't be included as the one unshielded lighting fixture. So my first question is that correct? Am I reading that correctly?
So it depends on the directionality, right? That gets into if it's unshielded, then it would hinge on the directionality of the light.
So for example, the ones in the bad example, they would have to be pointed at 45 degrees, correct?
Right. So,
and then
so
you
the one that Jordan pointed out probably wouldn't match because it's not directional. It's just shining its light everywhere. So
I understand, Jordan, your intent. I'm trying to kind of think about reconciling it. And then I guess so unshielded would be like, well, these examples aren't going in the code, right? These are just examples for us.
Right.
Is that right? So
Yeah,
what would
they were
be
just for
an,
illustrative.
so the unshielded would be the sort of bad examples that aren't pointed downward. Is that right?
Yeah, your typical, entryway light would be an unshielded fixture.
And so just one, so I could kind of see what Jordan, your point is kind of like you'd probably have one on your front door, like one or two on your garage. I mean, I haven't done a survey of the island, but I think that's a fair point.
There are, yeah. I've already told you that I'm in violation. I'm not conforming because of the security light. I also have 3 sconces in front of my house, and I'm not, and again, I know that the vast majority of the houses on the island have this. And if I could just go back and re-emphasize a point, I don't think we want it otherwise. I don't think we want our island to be that dark at night. And I don't want to fall back on, hey, you're okay because your sconce is already in place. This is just for new development. I don't want to tell developers and people who are building new houses that they can't go to Home Depot and pick out their favorite sconces for the front of their house. I just think this is in my personal opinion, it's just a non-issue. We're just being overly restrictive.
I was going to ask Adam if thinking about what other jurisdictions allow, what would be kind of a typical range or a way to kind of come to a little more of a medium ground, be a little more lenient, but still get to kind of the intent of this?
I think it's really challenging. Most other jurisdictions were doing this specifically for the dark sky benefits. And so they were a lot more restrictive in only allowing fully shielded fixtures. So a lot of the other examples were maybe lifted a little more specifically from that dark sky ordinance or other kind of examples of having fully shielded downward facing lights. So I guess what I'm saying is I don't have a good way of a good recommendation for other jurisdictions' way of kind of mitigating what you guys are pointing at here. You could certainly do something like for every lineal feet of exterior wall surface, you can have a number, but I don't have a metric that would be useful for helping you get there.
Okay. Well, I guess maybe after the other people go, Jordan, maybe you could propose something. I don't know.
Okay. Victor?
Tiffin's last sentence was pretty much what I was going to ask, which is, I understand the heartburn over one unshielded lighting fixture, but what are you proposing, Jordan?
I think the front of, I was going to say I think the front of the house, but then again, I'm sure lots of people have multiple sconces on their backyard deck as well. And so I don't know what I'm proposing other than to strike it and let people put sconces on their houses.
So strike the highlighted sentence or strike all of B?
I guess I would strike it all. I don't like the restriction. I don't like the, limiting what people can do with their houses.
What
in this way.
What I'll point out and kind of add to what Jordan said, we spent I think about an hour discussing I and II and never really came to a conclusion on what was fully shielded and partially shielded, which raises a enforcement issue, I believe. If we as a planning commission can't figure this out, how do we expect mere mortals to figure this one out?
And and Carolyn, I see your hand. I'll just lend one observation to the point that's being made, which is in all of the examples specifically that I've heard from neighbors and the such, it's floodlighting and spotlighting that tends to be the issue. It is not the omnidirectional, like decorative lighting that tends to be in a yard or on the side of a house. It's really I want to illuminate and flood my driveway or a walkway with a big spot and a floodlight. And one way to approach this would be to think of regulating in that way. And I think that might alleviate some of what Jordan has pointed out. So Carolyn, sorry, you had your hand up.
Yeah. Well, I would like to point out an example. I think there might be a little more anxiety about this than maybe it's not as bad as you're picturing, Jordan. So for example, in my neighborhood, there's a 4-lot short plat. And the first house that was completed, 5 of those bright sconces, you're calling them fixtures, were installed along the front of the house. And you got to stop looking at the place about a block away. You know, if you're walking at night, it's just exceedingly bright. So the next house that the builder finished in this 4-lot short plat, he put one of those things right at the front door. But the rest of his fixtures are the ones that meet what we're proposing here tonight. They shine down on the porch, shine down on the driveway, and it's very peaceful. I think there is value in a darker night. It's very beautiful. It's not only for the wildlife, but it's really nice for the people too. I walk a lot at night. We have a lot of people in the neighborhood that do here. And it's just not pleasant looking at those lights that are very, very bright. And I would say it's more than just the spotlights very much. These really bright porch lights and lights put out on the sidewalk by the road on a post that are very, very bright. I think that's a very large part of the problem. So I think that having one lighting fixture that is unshielded and the rest shielded, I think works pretty well. Let's see. Let me see. Okay. I have another comment. Go ahead. I may have something else to say later, but.
Okay. Jordan, do you have a specific a proposal or amendment, or you want to just move forward with the way it's written?
I think I've said, I don't know how I can say it differently. I mean, I don't know how I would amend it. I can't support it. Yeah. I mean, other than just saying, you know, sconces around your house are exempt.
Yeah.
And actually, you know, Carolyn mentioned another thing, lights on posts at the front, you know, down your driveway. I think that's fine too. I mean, I think a reasonable conversation could be about the lumens, right? Like if you're walking by and it's burning your eyes, I've experienced that. It's unpleasant. I could definitely support something that kind of limits the lumens on light fixtures, but I can't support saying you can only have one, you know, one fixture or one sconce that's out of compliance with this.
Okay, Tiffin?
I don't know that this is that helpful, but I was going to propose 4. I'm thinking kind of like one at the main entrance, 2 at the, you know, each corner of the house, maybe 1 in the back. I don't know if that alleviates your concerns. Like, again, I really don't go around looking at people's lights, so I really don't know what's out there. But I was thinking just so we could get this done to maybe pick a number. But I also like the idea of going with the lumens, but then I think that maybe other people will have concerns about doing it that way.
So your proposal would be to change item B to read 4 unshielded fixtures not exceeding 450 lumens, which if I recall, is the equivalent of about a 40-watt light bulb. Is that right, Adam? Which I can tell you is really dim. it's not bright.
So, well, I mean, I don't know. I just could kind of imagine. I don't know. 4 didn't seem like too many, but it seemed like it gave homeowners some flexibility.
Okay. Is that a formal motion then, Tiffin, or?
Sure, I can do that.
Okay. Is there a second?
Yeah, I'll second it.
Okay, it's then seconded by Commissioner Murphy. Jeff, I see our CPD director has a comment.
I have a question, actually. I don't recall exactly which commissioner said the words about 5 minutes ago, but there seems to be some clear consternation here with the section in question. One of you said a few minutes ago, about 5 minutes ago, that the real problems in residential areas are the floodlights and the security lights. All of you may not feel this way, but I guess I would pose the question to you to think about for a moment. If that's really what you're interested in addressing are the problems in residential areas, then perhaps we as staff need to take that direction from you and go back and rethink this some more. I just pulled up here in the last minute on my other screen. Sammamish was one of the examples that I believe you have been given as a point of reference of another city that has done some work on outdoor lighting in residential areas. And I'm just going to read straight from their code, actually. Subsection G, applicability. This section applies to the following types of lighting. A is in regards to commercial, institutional, and mixed-use buildings. B is all existing, new or replacement security or flood lighting associated with residential uses. So they specifically only targeted what they perceived, presumably, were the 2 problem types of lighting that were causing residential to residential conflicts. Not saying you have to do that, but I just bring that up given the conversation here that's ensued in the last 5, 6, 7 minutes. So.
Great. Thanks, Jeff. Yeah, I think that was me that made that comment just from my conjecture of conversation with neighbors and such. So we have a motion on the table to change item 2B to read 4 fixtures, as you can see on the screen. Any other comments on that? We'll take that off the table and then we can talk about the flood lighting if you want. Carolyn?
Well, I was going to propose that maybe Jordan and I think Tiffin maybe made this amendment proposal. There's every opportunity to light your driveways with shielded lighting, something that doesn't shine up or out into people's faces. So that can be out at the property line. But maybe you would feel more comfortable with being able to have a fixture at, one in the front and one in the back, 2, maybe that would be a great improvement over 1. So that would be my suggestion is, otherwise we're really undoing the value of the improvements to the night sky in our community. So there's a lot besides spotlights that are in the neighborhoods.
Okay, Jordan. Sorry, I'm going to start moving quicker because it's 9:10 and we still have another order of business. So
Yeah, I mean, my problem with even just with limiting it to 4 is it doesn't take into consideration the style design of the house, much less the size. I don't like the 6,000 square foot houses anymore, the gigantic houses any more than anyone else does. But I respect the fact that a larger house is going to need more outside lighting. it should be proportional. So, I threw it out earlier, just off the top of my head, one sconce every 10 feet or so, whatever it is, that's, that's the way I would approach it instead of just saying 4.
Okay, Victor?
Just a point of clarification. I might be mistaken on this. I thought that we were discussing a motion by Jordan to completely remove 2B. Did I miss something? Or did that never become a motion?
I think you inferred that he might be thinking about that, but I don't think Jordan ever made that motion.
All right.
I didn't. I
right.
didn't. I was, I started this conversation with not clearly knowing what kind of amendment I would make. I just have real concerns about this.
Okay. All right. With that, anybody who has that hasn't spoken that has anything else they want to add? Mike, that's you, I guess. You don't have to speak if you don't have anything.
No, I don't need to.
Okay. All right. So the motion on the floor is to change the language of 2B to read, except that for unshielded lighting fixtures not exceeding 450 lumens is allowed. I'm going to go ahead and take a vote on that. All those in favor, please say aye and raise your thumb.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, I have 4. All opposed, please say no with a thumbs down.
Nay.
No.
Okay, the amendment passes 4-2. Okay, last call on any other, there's clearly some consternation here around some of this language. Does anyone want to propose anything else, or would we like to vote on the main motion? Okay, hearing none, we'll go ahead and vote on the main motion. If I could ask our Senior Administrative Assistant Lori to please take a roll call vote.
Yes.
And I'm sorry, I'm going to say I'll just repeat the vote would be to recommend the code changes as amended related to lighting.
Oh, okay. So this is the whole thing now you're talking, right?
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it.
All of the code changes related to lighting as we've amended them.
So moved, if you don't already have a motion.
No, we've got the motion. Lori's going to
Oh.
call the vote.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, sorry.
So we're getting to voting.
Okay.
Everyone has their microphone on. I'll just go around and call on folks. So Commissioner Murphy,
Aye.
Chair Hubble,
Aye.
Commissioner Goodman,
Aye.
Commissioner Friedman,
Nay.
Commissioner Boatsman,
Aye.
Commissioner Reeses.
Aye.
I think I'm saying your name wrong. I apologize, Commissioner. Isn't it
It's fine.
Rashish?
Just vice chair is fine.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Lori. The motion passes 5-1. Thank you, everybody, for that very earnest discussion.
I thought, I'm sorry, maybe, did we have 2 votes against that? Was that 4-2 or 5-1?
I just had 1 vote for Jordan as a no.
Got it.
Unless I missed somebody, but that was what I wrote down. Okay, with that, I need to get up and take a quick bio break. So I know we have another item of business that I'm sure is going to take us hopefully not an equal amount of time, but at least we don't have to take any action on that this evening. So if we can reconvene, I now have 9:15. If we can reconvene in 10 minutes, we will go on recess. Thanks, everybody. All right, looks like we are recording. Thank you. Sorry, I was reminded before we move on to item number 4, was reminded that we were potentially going to discuss maybe having an alternate recommendation to the council to put sometime in the future on the work docket a consideration for gas-powered landscaping tools, or it could be specific to blowers, I guess, but it seems to me that it should probably be a little broader than that. Is there do we need either Jeff or Allison, do we need a formal motion to add a sort of an accessory recommendation, or can this just be a consensus vote?
You can recommend this however you'd like. It probably would be best to just have an up or down vote. Yeah, on the idea, a yes or no.
So, yeah, but not a formal motion of any kind, just a is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Great. Okay, Tiffin.
My question was, I think the city's undertaking the climate action plan relatively soon. So I would assume this would almost be kind of part of that. So it could be part of that body of recommendations. So I was just mentioning that for phrasing or whatever.
So maybe to your point, Tiffin, maybe the recommendation could be that during the course of that review or consideration or whatever action they're doing there is to include the review of the potential banning of gas-powered landscaping tools.
Right. So if I were to kind of phrase it, I'd probably say, what would I say? Kind of evaluate banning or limiting gas-powered landscaping tools, and consider this as something to evaluate, particularly during the undertaking of the climate action plan.
Okay.
I wonder if landscaping tools, though, is a bit too narrow. That was my only question. But I kind of assumed the people doing the climate action plan would have a more broad-based approach to it. So I almost think this is more just like a reminder and nod of support.
Okay. Jordan.
I think that's a great point. I'd forgotten about the climate action plan, which I hope to be involved in. But as I was thinking about this, making this general recommendation, I was thinking about, broad strokes. I was thinking that you would time base it and say, hey, professional landscape companies, you have 5 years to rotate out all of your equipment, and then residents, citizens, you have 7 years or whatever. Pick the numbers. I was also thinking that this is a great opportunity for this town that always has, doesn't have enough money but has a lot of wealth to formulate kind of a public-private partnership where we, as a city, it's like an exchange program where we reach out to the companies that actually make these battery-powered leaf blowers and get like a bulk discount and just help the landscapers rotate out their equipment, maybe with a little financial assistance on that. And the last thing I would say is that in the staff's write-up about this, they said that they'd done research and found no industrial professional grade backpack powered battery powered backpack versions of this, and I found some. So I think the technology is there. They have a duration of, according to their specs, they have a duration of about 3 hours on one battery. So you can start to think about that. Okay, well, if I'm a landscaping company, I'm going to need 3 batteries per unit to get through my workday at max, right? I mean, you're not going to be leaf blowing for a solid 9 hours every day, but I think it's doable. I mean, the technology is clearly there, and so if I love the idea of the planning commission, putting this forward to the city council and saying, this is important. You know, let's as a wealthy community, let's lead by example.
Okay, Carolyn?
Yeah, I agree with everything Jordan said there. And you mentioned some compensation or some ways of incentives. There's 2 bills currently in the legislature about this. There's one called like a cash for clunkers kind of bill where you get rid of your gas and you get a big discount on electric types. But regarding Tiffin's comment about this being part of the climate action, I'm a little afraid. I would propose that we make a separate recommendation aside from the climate action, because I'm afraid that it might not fall out as one of the high priorities in the climate action plan, because these types of tools, they create a ton of pollution, but not that much CO2. They're not having that big of an impact on the climate problem. So, and of course, then the noise is the huge issue as well. So I would suggest making it a separate issue.
Okay, so if I could just get consensus so we can move on, I think what we could do is take some of the notes of Jordan's comment, and this is to staff, whomever is going to draft the report, but we can circulate it in an email to the group prior, but essentially to the effect of, we believe this is an issue that needs to be addressed by the city through inappropriate means. The exercise that we're doing now was not the appropriate means to address this. That may be the climate action plan. It may be doing it separately. I would sort of direct it to the council that it's their purview to decide where that conversation belongs. But we believe that it should be brought up and brought up as an issue. Is that enough? Is that something that is everyone in sort of in agreement that that's the sort of the summary of what we're asking for? And then B, is that enough for you, Jeff or Allison, to or Adam, to write a sentence or two to the council?
We'll give it a go and circulate it, and you guys will be the judges of how we did. So,
okay. And do I have consensus that was an okay summary?
Works for me.
Got muted.
I accidentally muted you. I'm sorry. I was trying to unmute myself. And Zoom moved it around. It was
Listen,
weird.
I've been married for way too long to not get offended by being muted, for sure. So I've got kids. Trust me. Okay, with that,
I had a question. I apologize. To clarify, you're stating what you're agreeing on, and you were using the word "it" and "this." In terms of, were you talking about the leaf blowers? I'm thinking of notes so that they're very specific about.
yeah,
am I being clear?
Jeff, maybe you can summarize what you think we heard, but basically I will summarize by saying that the council should look at gas-powered, outdoor gas-powered tools, and there's a whole scale that they should probably review there, and they should consider whether or not essentially moving to an electric policies that would lead us to an electrification of our outdoor tools. I don't know how you want to. So I think it's broader than leaf blowers, which is why I'm not using that term, and I'm just saying outdoor tools.
Maintenance, outdoor maintenance tools or something.
Yeah, outdoor maintenance tools.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Did I just muddy the waters for you, Jeff, or was that?
Nope, I think we've got the essence of what was said, and Adam's nodding in agreement. So we'll take a swing at it, and I think we'll get close. So
Cool. Great. That brings us to item number 4, a working session related to ZTR 21-004 related to the town center commercial requirements. This is a continuation of the conversation we had last time. We have CPD director, interim CPD director Jeff, who's been with us this whole time, and we also have a returning to visit us in a very late hour. So I apologize, Sarah, having to stick through all this, but Sarah Bluvis is back. So Sarah, are you going to be leading us through this?
I am. I think Jeff has a quick intro, though.
Great.
yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm going to kick things off here. Sarah and I, at this late hour, it's actually past my bedtime, so we're going to be as expedient as possible in our delivery of the information, and certainly then we can do Q&A as the commission sees fit this evening. Before we get started, though, a few introductory comments to help make sure we're all oriented here in the same direction. Allison did send out earlier today an email to all of you. There were some materials related to both of the main items here on regular business tonight, but specifically related to this item, there was an update of the comment and question matrix. Since the packet was issued last week, we having our prep meeting with the chair earlier this week, we did receive a handful of questions that we added to that running tally. So we received an update of that. One of the questions actually was to provide some information on sizes of other performing arts centers in the general area, Western Washington, the Seattle metro area. So that was sent out as a separate attachment, I believe, in the same email. And then Commissioners Murphy and Goodman authored a short memo that was provided to staff and with a request that it be sent to the rest of the commission. So those 3 attachments went out to you on email earlier today. If you have not had a chance to review those before the meeting here this evening, certainly we do ask that you take a few minutes and review those materials in between our meetings here this evening and then our scheduled public hearing on this subject on February 16th. So then to what we're going to discuss here this evening, process-wise, the commission will recall you, as a body, spent 3 meetings, September, October, November last year on this subject. Your work culminated on November 3rd with a recommendation that you made to the City Council. The City Council received your recommendation on November 16th last year, and then also continued their discussion on your recommendation and then on some different subject matter that came up related to it on December 7th. What happened on December 7th at City Council, their work on this came to a point where they voted to remand the Town Center Code amendments back to Planning Commission, which is why we're here this evening, to have you review 2 different types of subject matter. And Sarah's going to walk you through all this in detail here in just a moment. But this is an important distinction. The one type are actual code language that the council brought forward in November and December that they voted to send specific code language back to the commission for further review and recommendation. Sarah's going to present that body of work first, and that's going to be in a track change document based off of the last version of the proposed code that you saw at your public hearing in November. And then the second bucket or category of information that the council has remanded back to you is perhaps more conceptual or ideal in nature. It's subject matter that they would like you to take a look at and provide some input on one way or the other. It's not specific code language, but it's the idea of this, for example. So Sarah's going to walk you through all that. She's got the track change document. She's got a very short slide deck that will cover that second category. And then, as I mentioned, we are happy to try and answer any questions that you may have this evening. And then at the conclusion of our session here tonight, we will work towards preparing for the February 16th public hearing. So with that, Sarah, I'm going to turn it over to you, and you're probably going to share your screen, I imagine.
I am. Bear with me for a second. Okay, can you all see a PDF document with red lines? Great. Okay, so I'm going to go back up to the top really quickly. Okay, so the first elements that I'm going to walk through in this PDF that does include track changes, and it's important to note that a PDF with track changes was included in your packet as Exhibit 1 to the staff memo that we presented on this item. I'm going to focus on two primary sections where, as Jeff mentioned, City Council provided specific code language that they would like the Commission to review and provide input on. And then I will shift over to a PowerPoint to discuss some of the other items. So I'm actually going to skip through this first page because it actually has items that we'll discuss in the PowerPoint. And I am going to start first with the code language related to the commercial floor area ratio requirement. So you probably recall at our last meeting with you all back in November before we went to City Council for the readings of these proposals, we were discussing two elements. One was commercial FAR that would be applied to some identified parcels within the code. And the second was a no net loss provision that would be applied to other parcels in the town center. Through discussion with the City Council, they recommended adjusting that and inserting this language that you see here, effectively creating a greater of the two requirement. So they propose combining the parcels maps that we had originally included in the proposal. You may recall we had a blue map that was the parcels that would have been subject to the commercial FAR, and a goldenrod, a gold yellow map. Those were the post-2005 developments that would have been subject to a no net loss. And council has suggested that we combine those requirements, and which would trigger whichever is greater of the two. So the language that's been inserted in this section reflects that. Specifically, King County or a no net loss of existing floor area ratio on the effective date of this ordinance. We've inserted an updated map, again, that effectively combines those two original maps. We've changed the colors. The way it's presenting on the screen, I'm not super happy of the jarring red, so we'll probably do another color change. But for the purposes of this conversation, we wanted to make sure that we were differentiating between this new combined map and the old FAR and no net loss separate map.
Hey, Sarah, real quick.
Yeah.
When these were separated, I don't think it was easy to notice, but there's one parcel at the top there, which is, I believe, the empty lot next to the chevron. Is there a reason why that's not included in this?
Oh, that's a good question. I would.
Jeff know?
Jeff, do you recall? It's a parking lot, currently a surface parking lot structure, and
Yeah.
I believe that's
I
why
know there was at one point an intention of a hotel going in there. We don't have a specific hotel zone, but I'm just curious, as my head went to, are they doing that so that the hotel doesn't have to put retail with the bottom floor? But
No, that parcel doesn't meet the criteria that were established to be subject to either the original proposal of the FAR or the no net loss. So it's undeveloped, so the no net loss provision wouldn't apply. And the FAR, we were trying to get to, we took that original pink line map, right, is where that a parcel is being identified for the FAR were established. So that parcel is actually, that parcel is not abutting a right of way that's actually in the town center boundary.
Ah, got it. Perfect answer.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. So then moving on, let me just make sure I'm in the right sections. Here we go. So the other kind of specific code language that City Council requested to insert relates to a review or evaluation period of these provisions in the future. So you may recall we had some discussion both with Planning Commission and at the City Council level about how will we know that this is working? How will we know if we may need to make changes in the future? So we've included an evaluation clause effectively that would require reviewing the requirement either after 5 years from the date that the ordinance is adopted or after 75,000 square feet of floor area for the eligible uses adjacent to street frontages has been authorized through building permit issuance. So I'm going to stop sharing here because those are the two main pieces of specific code language. And before we continue the discussion, I will share the PowerPoint to talk about the other pieces that council would like commission's feedback on. So in addition to kind of the major or specific code language that they've inserted, they've also requested Planning Commission's feedback on 3 key areas. So the first relates to reconciling the definitions of eligible uses, specifically for the personal services definition. To date, we have discussed the eligible uses as restaurant, retail, and personal service uses. I understand that there may be other uses that commissioners may want to consider as eligible use under this provision, which we can discuss later this evening. Before, when we were talking about just those 3 categories, though, we always came back to the kind of nebulous elements associated with personal services. Currently, our code considers personal services to be services related to personal grooming and health. So that is your barbershops, your fitness centers, nail salons, those types of services. But we've also fielded questions about, well, how do banks fit in? And how do a few other types of services fit in? Should those be categorized as personal affairs, or should a new term be defined, that kind of thing? Currently, specifically, banks are included in a separate definition in MICC 1960-010. They are included in the definition for financial and insurance services, which also includes services such as loans and credit unions, that sort of thing. So one of the questions that the City Council has pitched back to Planning Commission for your help in refining is really reconciling that definition for personal services. Do we need to amend the definition to include additional services that should be included as eligible uses, perhaps define a new term, or even potentially add banks or other standalone services to the list of eligible uses? So that's one important piece that we hope to explore and come to a recommendation with you all after the public hearing on February 16th. And then you all also probably recall that the City Council added some additional eligible uses that they would like to be included in these code amendments. They requested that visual and performing arts centers also be incorporated as eligible uses, and directed the commission to add definitions for those types of uses to our current code. We actually have 2 definitions that cover the extent of these types of venues already included in our code. For visual arts, I would apply museums and art exhibitions, and for performing arts centers, we would apply theaters. Theaters has 2 definitions technically, one related to live presentation of art such as singing and dancing and theater. And then the second definition is for motion pictures or movie theater. So we are recommending that we use these existing definitions, the whole definition for museums and art exhibitions, and then just the definition, sort of that first bucket under theaters to satisfy the performing arts centers requirement. But of course, this is up for discussion with you all as well. And then finally, there were 2 other requests related to the visual or performing arts center piece. So council also directed us to explore adding an exemption for the 60-foot contiguous street frontage requirements, specifically for visual or performing arts centers. We did insert some draft language into the code to represent that. And then also council was interested in establishing a square footage cap for these uses that could be applied to the commercial FAR or no net loss requirement. So effectively what they're saying is if a developer decided to elect to use visual or performing arts as their eligible use under these provisions when they were undertaking a new development, and say that proposed performing arts center is 25,000 square feet, 5,000 square feet of that cap could be applied to, or 5,000 square feet of that amount could be applied to the commercial FAR no net loss requirement required under this code. So if they're required to provide 10,000 square feet of commercial based on either where the FAR falls for their property or what their no net loss would have been, 5,000 of that can count, 5,000 of that performing arts space can count towards that 10,000 requirement. And then they would be required to include an additional 5,000 square feet of the other eligible use. So those critical uses like retail, restaurant, and personal services that we've identified. So we incorporated language into the draft amendment to satisfy these requirements, but again, we are open to alternatives to these provisions should you all wish to propose them. We're also happy to answer some questions. As Jeff noted, one of the items that we sent out earlier today was some research that we conducted on just regional arts organizations and venues, several performing arts centers, less visual art centers, but just to provide you all an idea of the range of sizes that venues in the region are and kind of the associated potential for commercial development as well within those venues. So I'm going to leave it there and I'm going to stop sharing my screen, and I and Jeff are happy to answer any questions or provide any clarification.
You may well need to put the presentation back up because I'm sure there's going to be questions. And before I take the raised hands, just for clarification, Jeff and Sarah, tonight the goal here is just to get feedback and direction on any of the open questions so that you guys can write code to that effect for our hearing on the 16th of February. Is that correct? You're looking for direction from us on any changes so that you can have something prepared for the public hearing.
Over and above anything that's already been prepared, correct?
Yeah, right. Yeah. Great. Carolyn?
Okay, I wanted to make sure I understand the FAR and the no net loss, the change. So I remember prior we had the no net loss map applied to those properties that had been developed since 2005. And if they redeveloped, they wouldn't have to add more of the special use. They would be just no less than what they already have. Mm-hmm. And then the other properties would have to have the 0.26 of their lot size in the new use. But the change, if I'll just make sure I understand the change, I remember a number of council members were really concerned with that because they said that, you know, what about the QFC? There's a lot more than 0.26 there. They redevelop. We want to make sure that all of that retail space is kept. And my understanding now is that that's the case. The council decided that businesses that are much greater than 0.26 of their lot size are not allowed to have less space when they redevelop, correct?
Generally speaking, yes. My only addition to that would be just for the record, the council hasn't decided anything. The council received the Planning Commission recommendation in November. They mulled it over and they came up with this combined concept to address, I think, some of what was in the Planning Commission recommendation to them
Right.
from last year. So yes, but everything else you stated, Commissioner, I believe is accurate.
Okay. And then one more question. The personal services, there's a word health is one of the services that's allowed. When I hear health, I think doctor and dentist, eye doctor, that kind of stuff. So is that allowed in personal services?
Go ahead. Oh, sorry,
Okay.
you look like you were about to speak.
Yeah, I can take that. So not under the current definition as it's defined in the code. I would have to go back and double check the official definition that doctors' offices and dentists fall under. There is a separate item for that. And so really personal services is meant to focus on kind of the health and grooming piece of it, which one could argue that like a fitness center kind of straddles the line of both, whereas a doctor's office would probably never necessarily fall in the grooming category. But I'll double check the code definitions to let you know which one medical offices like that fall under.
Okay. Having the word health in there in personal services, that's a bit confusing. It's, yeah. Okay, thanks. Thank you.
Victor?
So two things. One, question for Jeff and Sarah. So on banks, you mentioned NIC codes, and that struck me as a little bit odd because NIC codes are basically database codes, database classifications. How often are database or NIC codes used in urban planning? Because we refer to banks having a retail location, and so it seems like banks would fall in a retail category. NIC codes are literally a database classification. So how standard is that?
So, yep. So I think you're referring to NAICS codes, and I think that actually just might have been lost in translation. What I said was MICC, so our Mercer Island city code.
MICC.
Yes.
MICC. I thought it was NAIC. Okay.
Nope.
Sorry,
Nope,
misheard that. Okay, and then second question was really for Dan, which is, how do we plan to eat this elephant tonight?
Well, what I think, I know I have a couple of questions for the group related to some of the classifications. I don't know if it's easier to go back. One of the things I was thinking is maybe we can just go back specifically for the slides. I think there's the two things that Sarah showed, which was the classifications of a couple of questions that I do think are key, which are the classifications of what we're proposing to allow in the town center. And I think, are you asking about banks, and Carolyn asking for clarification around health? I think what we need to do is provide the staff some direction on what we do think is probably the most appropriate. We don't have to lock in on all the detail of it, but at least have some general consensus that we think things should or shouldn't be either in or better defined. The same with the theaters and that definition. And then I think there was one other, and then basically any feedback we have on the no net loss FAR, the combination, the basically the greater of whichever one has the greatest thing. If we have any feedback on that, we may not. And then I think the third one, Mike, you brought up in an earlier conversation, is around the there was the 60-foot requirement, as well as the exemption for the theater space, for the public performance space. So I would say those are sort of the 4 or 5 questions that we need to provide direction to them on. I'm open to suggestions, but my approach was going to be, after we heard some initial questions and comments would it's going to be to go and pull those slides up and just take each issue one by one and grab direction. Is that okay for you, or since you asked the question, Victor, is that an okay approach? Or
Sure, that's fine.
okay. Tiffin?
I had a kind of clarifying question about how the code would be interpreted. And that is, if you have, say, a retail or restaurant that's on the second floor of a building, would it still count towards the street frontage requirement? And would it still count towards the FAR requirement? I'm inclined to say it would, but I wanted clarification.
Being on the second floor, it would not be at street level. So the answer, I believe, would be no.
On both those requirements, or just the street frontage requirement? Because there are no net loss. I didn't see a place where it said it had to be at ground level, and so that's why I'm asking. And I also think maybe it shouldn't, maybe there should be some flexibility in there, so that's also why I'm asking.
Okay. I believe I'll need to double back and take a look at the language, but my understanding is the intent is to have that street level ground floor commercial activity, so to contribute towards the FAR satisfaction.
Okay.
And actually, while I have the mic here real quick, Commissioner Boatsman, the answer to your question from earlier, healthcare services is defined in the code as a collection of uses, which includes that dentist, doctor, medical type uses.
Great. Commissioner Murphy.
One thing to think about, because a lot of us are referring to permitted uses in the town center. But if you look at the memo that Tiffin circulated that we worked on, it's actually a little more subtle than that. We have this 60-40 issue, and those are the requirements that we're talking about limiting, because the remainder of that frontage could be presumably, and although this is not clear in the code right now, any other permitted use in the town center under 1911-020, which is the town center land use table. So, and then we have this secondary question of, you know, is it the frontage only, or are we talking about the meeting of the FAR or no net loss requirements? So there's a little subtle difference there. So for example, if we were to limit or not include banking in that select group for frontage, that would still mean that in the 40 or 60%, depending upon the type of building, banking services and other services still could go in that frontage. We're just talking about in this limited area, the reserved area for retail, restaurants, etc. So we need to understand that we're not completely boxing out some of those other services. We're just not making them a required element of that area. Does that make sense?
I'm happy to respond to that. It does make sense what you're saying. I will point out the 60-40 clause that you referenced and that was referenced in the memo, that is and has been since the original proposal that came to the Planning Commission, that is proposed to be repealed as part of this exercise. So that entire subsection B of 1911-020, the original code construction that was brought to the commission back in the fall would repeal that entire subsection and then drop in a new 1911-020B. So I think that the proposed repealing of that prompted this other conversation that's been brought to the commission here tonight about eligible uses then for the street frontages in general. So that's where we got into our defined restaurant, our defined retail, our defined personal services. And then if, you know, the will of the recommendation of the commission and ultimately the approval of the city council wanted to then add financial services as defined, healthcare services as defined, those would all just become eligible uses and there would be no more 60-40 split or division. And then obviously the visual and performing arts centers as brought up by council in December as well.
That was not apparent to me.
Okay, well, I apologize for that. Some of that confusion may have been in tonight's packet. We didn't actually provide the entire original 1911-020 in strike through, but it was provided in the materials on our first go round on this back in the fall with the commission, where it was shown entirely in strike through, and then the new 020 section, subsection B, in track change then.
Okay, so then I would say if that's the case, then we have a much kind of broader problem of now trying to define all of the uses that we will allow in the town center to meet both the frontage and the no net loss FAR requirements, because if you limit it to what's in the draft right now, there is no way in hell that you would ever fill up that space with that limited amount of activity, and you would basically write out most of the permitted uses in the town center that's in the code at 1911-020 in the land use table.
Yeah, that's actually a fair point. I think the problem as defined in my mind actually could be somewhat of a simpler exercise, given the existing definitions in our code do address some of these other uses that have come up, like the category of the financial services, the healthcare services that Commissioner Boatsman just touched on. I believe there was also, Sarah, help me out here, there was a definition regarding recreational type of uses. I think that was a question we had fielded leading up to the meeting tonight. Mm-hmm. So the commission could approach the exercise of looking at these other definitions that already exist in the code and decide whether, in addition to the museums and the theaters that was prompted by City Council, whether you'd be interested in adding some of those definitions to the pool of eligible uses. I honestly, I don't believe I recall any specific use that's come up so far between the commission and the council that hasn't been covered in some way, shape, or form by the definitions already in the code. But certainly, if there is something that comes up that doesn't seem to fit in anything that's already been defined, we'll talk about that and we'll see what we can do if there's some will to include it.
Yeah,
so,
I think that, and that may be the case, but the question is, it seems to me that our scope of work is actually a little broader than tinkering with the 4 listed items, but also in identifying and including or recommending the inclusion of a whole range of items in order to make in order to accomplish filling up all this space that we're creating over time. And I guess the question I have is, does the City Council understand that what they did was to basically knock out most of the permitted uses in the town center that were in the previous or in the existing code? I mean, was that top of mind, or were they thinking this is just focusing on the frontage.
Mike, I'll just lend my thought, and then I'm going to go to the hands, which is, it seems to be just the way I interpreted it was just the frontage requirements for the street facing. It doesn't actually say that you can't, from that use table, I'm looking at it right now, and there's a lot of stuff on here. They are still permitted. They just basically wouldn't be permitted on the street front. Only the uses that are defined here, the three, would be allowed on the street front.
Yeah, if we're no longer doing the 60-40 breakdown, then that would be a potential interpretation.
Yeah.
But it depends on how something is configured, especially for a big parcel, whether it's all frontage or not. And that could be extremely limiting.
Yeah. And I'll use one example, by the way. Restaurant is on the short list, but bar is not. Bar is called out specifically in the land use table. And to me, they're actually the ones that make money. So I'm not sure why we wouldn't want to encourage that. But let me go to Tiffin.
Thanks. So anyway, Jeff, thanks for the clarification. I do remember that the 60-40 split being taken out of an earlier draft, but I thought it was put back in. Sorry. That said, I guess what I want to say is the sort of original impetus to have this, the original impetus to have this 60-40 split on these somewhat limited streets was to create this kind of restaurant walkable retail core. It wasn't meant to be like all the uses in town center one could use. It was meant to sort of focus these uses. And I believe that's also where that 60-foot width limit came from, was to it came out of the architectural subcommittee to try to create that kind of architecture that's broken up into these smaller points in the street. That's not the right way to say it, but basically like smaller mini blocks of smaller shops, maybe the retail, the restaurant. So that was kind of the thought process that occurred, 6-7 years ago. But where we are today is really looking at it from a different perspective. It's looking at it, trying to make sure we preserve retail, don't lose retail. And so I think it's important in my mind to remember why we had this to begin with, and where it seems to be the city's going now. So, given the conversation over the last 15 minutes or so, I actually would probably just look at the memo Mike and I drafted, because we literally went through every single use and pulled out the ones that we thought are important in the town center and would be sort of appropriate in that, that area that's, I think, now red. That said, some of these things maybe, for example, transportation services, which could be a gas station, a charging station. That's a kind of thing where you probably don't want that on the street frontage. You maybe want that behind the street frontage. So there needs to be some mechanism in the code to say these uses contribute to the FAR/no net loss, but they don't necessarily have to be street frontage uses. And I think that something needs to be worked into the code to accomplish that, because otherwise there's almost no space left in the town center to fit these uses in, which are important. But again, they don't necessarily have to be uses that are right on the street frontage. The other thing I'd say is I think that the definitions we have right now in our use table are actually pretty good, and I would propose working off those instead of trying to create additional hybrids of uses.
Okay, thanks, Tiffin. Victor?
So I have a little bit of a different take on the history on this and how we got here. This town center has been a viable town center for over 60 years, and it's been commercial for that entire 60 years. It's not entirely clear when it happened, but let's take Tiffin's 5, 6, 7 years ago. The south end of the town center got rezoned as multifamily residential. And the idea was to really concentrate retail. the test case for that, and kind of really the first big test of it, was the Xinghua development, which hasn't been developed but has been approved. And when it was approved, we lost about another 40% of retail in this area where we were supposed to concentrate retail. And I think that indicated that what was intended back in 2016 wasn't working. And as a result of what happened in 2016, we drew about 80,000 square feet of retail, or I'll call it commercial, to be more accurate. We drew about 80,000 square feet of commercial space out of the town center. And the effort that we have here is to really undo that and preserve what we've lost and claw back some of what we've lost in some of the developments, including the Xinghua development. And so I think all of the 60-40, the frontage and all that, that's all ancillary to the fact that right now, if we were to do nothing, we would have apartments south of 29th, I believe, when they're redeveloped.
Okay, Carolyn?
I'm going to try to make some sense with my questions here. My questions keep evolving depending on what I just heard. Victor, I think I just heard you say, help me if I've got this correct, that the way you look at it, in at least the part of the southern part of the town center there that you're referring to, you just need retail. It really wasn't such an issue as to high grading which retail you want on the front. Just requiring retail was the bigger issue. Is that correct?
I'm going to be a little bit pedantic. I'm going to call it commercial.
Oh, commercial.
Like commercial
Yes.
space.
Yes.
Which
Sorry.
includes retail,
Yes.
but it also includes other things.
Right. So really that was more the issue, just lost commercial space. So we're going beyond that basic issue and then trying to high grade, well, which things do we want right at the front on the street? And so to that question, I mean, we're trying to figure out which uses are going to get you points, which ones are going to count for your FAR, and which ones aren't. There's plenty of things that won't count for the FAR, and they can still be there, but they're not the things that go on the, you know, the pink line or the frontage. Is that right?
I'm not
getting that
sure.
right,
I'm not sure.
Jeff?
I'm not sure I totally follow you, but
Okay.
generally speaking, yes. And I mean, I think we've all touched on it in different ways. You've brought up grocery stores, gas stations. We've talked about all of this. I think Mike and I had a number of conversations in the previous incarnation on this. The challenge that we have here is we've got six commissioners on this call. As far as I know, none of us are urban planners. None of us really know what we're talking about. I've got to live with.
Speak for yourself. No.
In fairness, it was my minor in college. So
if I've got to live with whatever we come up with, but generally none of us are experts in this area. And so there's a lot of speculation, and we're saying, well, we should include this and this and this, but we don't really know.
Yeah, totally. Tiffin, you mentioned the use table. Okay, so I'm the land use table for the town center, right?
Mhm.
Or the use table, I guess it's called. So there's a lot of uses allowed in this particular area, but only some of them can be in this street frontage area that we're dictating to be a certain depth and a certain length and so on and so forth. So I used to be, yeah.
So yeah,
You're saying you should use all of these uses, but are you saying, Tiffin, that you don't think there should be a selective use of certain of those uses on the street level in the front of the building?
I guess what I'm saying, I think it probably would make sense to sort of encourage or promote certain uses at the retail frontage level. I do think that makes sense, but I think that the FAR/no net loss requirement is substantial enough that I don't think you're going to likely have additional commercial outside of that requirement, if that makes sense. I mean,
Yeah.
you know, so then where do all these other uses go that don't qualify for the frontage requirement unless we had a different regulatory mechanism?
So you and Mike mentioned two different problems. Mike mentions maybe there's not enough uses to go into the space you're setting aside for the FAR. And you're saying maybe there's not going to be a likelihood of other uses once that is fulfilled.
I think they're complementary. What Mike was saying was if you are too narrow in terms of the types of uses you allow in the FAR, the storefronts could potentially be empty.
Mm-hmm.
And I was saying the other way, we should broaden potentially the uses that go into the FAR because those are pretty much the uses you're going to end up with in the town center.
And I use a classic example looking at this list is the one I brought up on our call earlier in the week. So right now the frontage requirements are basically limited to the three that Sarah pointed out in the slide, right? Which is retail, restaurants, and personal services. So the one that stood out to me that's missing there is recreation, which could be an arcade, a bowling alley. Bar is not included on that list. You could not have a bar that is not a restaurant on a street frontage, even though you could make all sorts of art. Well, I mean, you can make arguments on both sides of the pro and con of that, but it's not allowed in that space. So those are the two big ones that stand out to me. There are a number of these to me that make sense that they're not included in the street frontage, but you know, it's you know, hotel motel is not included. I can tell you every hotel motel lobby I've ever been in has a restaurant and it has a bar and it has a coffee shop that are all accessible to the public. Why would we not promote those as, you know, acceptable uses? So it's that's where I was coming down to with sort of what Mike and Tiffin have brought up. I think that there was a time, and I think the current council and past councils had this romanticized vision that we were going to have nothing but restaurants and personal services, you know, the shoe shop and the you know, all the other stores that we have down there for retail, and you know, forgetting that you need a mix of uses to activate a space. And there was a period of time, I know that there was concern that we didn't have enough of those specific services, which is where that 60-40 rule came in, I think 15 or so, 20 years ago when they designed that. But the reality is that every, and I may not be a planner by profession, but I can tell you every city I've ever lived in or every downtown area that I've ever been to that has been active and been thriving has a mix of all of these things happening, and that's what makes them thriving. I agree that we don't need a number of these that like manufacturing and live work units and you know, residential dwellings. I think are fine to say those maybe don't be counted towards the frontage there, but there are, to me, are a few things that are missing out of that list that would certainly activate the town center.
Chair, I do want to thank you for pointing out the bars. Actually, that was an oversight on our part. It is actually defined in 1916, the definition section as well. So I've certainly been operating on the intent that restaurants and bars, through months of conversation with the city council, they were one of the same. So we definitely, with the acceptance of restaurants to the eligible uses, we definitely want to make sure bars get added.
Yeah, and I'm just calling that out because in 1911-020, the land use table for the town center, it's called out separately.
And it's defined separately too, so, yeah.
So we're starting to go down the line of focusing on this one. So why don't I run the horn? Jordan, we haven't heard your thoughts on the land uses. I'm hearing some concern and consensus around the fact that this should be expanded in some way, especially given the loss of the 60/40 provision. What are your thoughts on?
I totally agree. I think it was too limited. So.
Okay. Just in the effort of time, it's 10:30. I think, Jeff, Sarah, do you guys have, I think, some consensus direction around the uses and the conversation here before I call for last, if I can summarize, I think the concern is that if we limit it to just those 3 uses, that it has the unintended consequence of actually limiting the number of facilities that can take up these spaces, and therefore could lead to actually less activation because they can't fill up the amount of space that we're setting aside for these uses.
Yeah, so I think, Chair, if I may, there's 5 different definition types that I think are in play here. We've got the 3 that are already included from, carryover from the code: the restaurant, the retail, and the personal services. But then we've got the newly found tonight definition of bar. We've got the financial services as defined in the code. We've got the recreation as defined in the code. We've got Commissioner Boatsman's question from tonight about the healthcare. Maybe Commissioner Goodman as well brought it up initially. The healthcare services is defined in the code. And then we've got this council initiated, the visual and performing arts centers, or as our code defines it, it's the museums and the art galleries. So would it be a worthwhile exercise here just to do maybe a straw poll on those 5 definitions to measure the commission's interest in maybe adding those to the restaurants, the retail, and the personal services?
Yeah, I'd be fine with that. Can we do that before we get to the questions, or are the questions related to the inclusion of those things?
Mine is actually related to the inclusion of that, because in order for me to be able to answer what Jeff is asking, I would need to understand something that you brought up earlier, Dan, which is what's the mix. I'm certainly, as a resident, I'm certainly not interested in a town center that is full of financial services and dentist's office. And so what is the mechanism for ensuring what you described, Dan, as the healthy mix? I think, in talking to other residents, I think one of the big complaints about the developments on the north end of the town center, the new developments, is generally they're not interesting because it's a lot of real estate offices, banks, nail places, what have you, and that's probably not skewed in the right direction. With that said, I agree with you. There needs to be a healthy mix of everything, and so I would want to understand, before we start to enumerate all of the things that can go into a town center, I would want to understand, how do you ensure the proper mix?
Okay. Why don't I just take Carolyn then, and then we'll try to get some clarity for you, Jeff.
So I also have a little bit of a hard time just answering the question that Jeff answered, but a number of questions come to mind for me. Like, if you're trying to get, the downtown area is a neighborhood. People who live in neighborhoods in the city, they need certain services. They're interested in certain entertainments and pleasures and this and that. So I feel a little uncomfortable that we're trying to figure out what those needs and pleasures are in advance for those people, rather than the market, figuring out what works, because they get customers. So I'm wondering how other cities have done this in these types of areas. Have they tried to come in and say, this is allowed, this is allowed, this is allowed? Or have they done take a broader approach and say, well, this is not allowed, these things are not allowed, but like what Tiffin mentioned, we have this use table, which is rather broad. Would we do better for these residents in the future to quit trying to figure out what they want? So I'm a little uncomfortable with that. And I am real interested in how other cities have answered this same question that are ahead of us on this. Let's see. In regard to the use table that Tiffin mentioned, we would need to look very closely at the definitions of every one of those things that's in the use table. Because, for example, if you look at services, you'll find that a mortuary is allowed. That's a service. So maybe we don't want a mortuary in the downtown area. So there's a little bit of caution with those things in that list. And also, I hear a lot about our people being disappointed with what's in our downtown area. Has that been surveyed? I mean, the people who actually live there, have they been asked?
We haven't done any targeted surveying related to that at this time. But I think long-term this year, we are planning on doing more residential surveying, not just of the town center, but broadly across the entire island to learn more about what types of services residents want. But we don't really have, as far as I know, very specific data that's been collected over time based on what town center residents want to see. It's all been anecdotally shared.
Yeah. Sometimes I'm thinking maybe it's not as bad as we're thinking. I've just been looking a little more closely lately, and there's a lot of interesting stuff down there. So I just don't know. I'm skeptical that it's something that needs to be fixed with all of our tinkering.
Victor?
So just a reminder for Carolyn, that town center is not just for town center residents. The town center residents are actually newly arrived in the town center. That town center is for every single one of our Mercer Island residents, including myself, who lives down way on the south end. You can't get further south than I am.
Yeah.
And people on East Mercer, that is their retail core. This is not all about just serving people who live in the town center.
Thank you for reminding me of that emphasis.
So I want to drive some clarity here. I think now what I'm hearing, Jeff, is there's concern about the limited nature of the allowed definitions currently. However, there's still reservation about what mix of sort of what the ending result mix of those businesses are. I have my only comment to that, and Victor, I share your concern, and at the same time, don't know as if I have any better answer than to say, ultimately, the market decides. If any of the restaurants in any of those areas go out of business, let's take the old Bennett's building, and another service wants to go in there because that's what the market will bear, why should we not allow that? Is that space sitting empty now because we can't find someone foolish enough to part with their money to build another restaurant that may or may not succeed there? I don't know the answer to that. But in the end, who is the city, the conditions that exist today in 10, 15, 20 years are the mix of businesses downtown today are very different than what the demand was in the 90s. And if we were still relying on a code that reflected that, I'm not sure we would be in any better position. So like, that's the part I'm struggling with, which is like, I'm a big proponent of, hey, let the market decide, like build it, say what you want, but then the market's going to decide how that mix happens. Like, I don't know. I just have a hard time with the government coming in and saying we have to have X number of square feet of restaurant space in our town center because that's what we think is the right thing. But I agree with you, having all one thing isn't going to be the right answer either. So go ahead, Victor.
So I am with you heart and soul on that. You are talking to you did urban planning in college. I was an economist. And so I am a free market economist and let the market decide. But with that said, let's be super clear that the city has put in incentives for certain things to happen in our town center. If we want to just wipe them away and go back to, I don't know, I don't even know when this changed, let's say sometime before 2015, and kind of reverse the code, fine by me. Everything is commercial as it has been for 60 years. The problem has been we've started to jam other things into our town center that have actually displaced that commercialness and that retailness. And so now as a result, we're in this position of trying to put it back. So I have said to a number of our council members, sure, put it back, make it a commercial zone. It's super easy. Just say it's commercial. No argument. And then we can all go to bed right now. But at the same time, you know, we want more housing. And oh, by the way, there was a council member who decided he'd like an arts center there in the last meeting. And so suddenly it becomes everyone's pet project. So make it all let's just say, make it all commercial and let's go to bed.
Well, we have one vote from Carolyn. And, I'm with you on that. And you said something though that is interesting, that is not actually in here and is another policy lever that the council could consider, which is, you mentioned incentives, right? So you basically make the, you know, if you think about this from a pure land use policy direction, like anything is allowed from a land use perspective. There are a whole bunch of other policy levers that the council can pull that could incent one type of development of or another. And they can kind of do that in real time, right? As social conditions change, it can be tax incentives, it can be other sorts of incentives that they have at their disposal. That might be the right, I mean, that could be a recommendation, which is, hey, you shouldn't actually be so specific. You should actually manage this through other mechanisms and just say that the land use is the land use, and then build policy on top of that if you want to encourage other things.
Amen. As I've said before, it's been commercial for 60 years. And, you know, I think, you know, trends wax and wane. If you take a look at the Walgreens that's there, that used to be a Pay and Save and an Ernst. And now it's a drugstore and it's a little bit of a doctor's office, and there's still a little bit of hardware there. And that just reflects a change, and that's fine. And I don't think we should be in the business of trying to predict that change. However, let's be really clear. When you zone it multifamily residential, you provide an incentive for something to be built, and you are signaling that that is going to be built. You know, a number of people have said, well, you could build retail there. That's not what the incentive is. The incentive right now is to build multifamily residential because it's cheaper. And so again, if you want to make it all commercial, let's do that.
Yeah, I'm your comment, and I'll go to Carolyn, about the residential. I mean, I agree that it's multi-use, and there are some areas in the lower end, I agree that they removed the mandatory commercial requirement. I'm not sure that's a debate here, which is, I think there's agreement that at least the street level should include a commercial component. It's really the solving the what does that commercial look like question that we're.
But that last point that you made is a super important point, because the reason we're in this complexity is because we're not willing to let it go back to just being pure commercial. We've jammed other things into it. And so now we're in this position of saying, okay, well, we can't lose this, we can't lose this, we can't lose this, we can't lose it, can't lose this. If it were all commercial, as it has been, yeah, the market would decide.
I think we're in violent agreement. Carolyn?
I would just add that we have, the Growth Management Act requires us to absorb some of the growth that's going on in the county. If we didn't do that and we didn't have a Growth Management Act, we would be built all the way out to North Bend, wall-to-wall houses by now. So the GMA, it's got discomforts and it's got, benefits, but we didn't have the multifamily, I think we'd have a hard time meeting our quotas. But no, Victor, your comment about, gee, we could maybe just make it all back commercial again. I suppose it's a little farther than I meant, but I like the multifamily housing part of things, but I'm a little more in favor and more concerned. I'm concerned about how we're trying to micromanage what commercial space that we are requiring. That's my discomfort. So.
Victor?
You're hitting all my hot buttons. GMA. So we are, the town center is ringed by aging apartment buildings. And a lot of that growth that you're talking about could go into redevelopment of those. There's absolutely no reason why we need to co-opt a town center and make it multi-use. In addition, and I've spoken in front of the council a number of times about this, if we're going to follow the GMA, let's follow the GMA completely, including the requirement to have an economic development plan. Our economic development plan is a half a page long. So if we are going to walk the walk and talk the talk on GMA, let's actually do it. But right now our economic development plan is half a page.
So let me ask this question. I don't want to get into the multi-use part of this. I believe that the two things can coexist. But for the purpose of the conversation about the uses on the street frontage, then the three categories that the council sent back, I've heard at least a handful of us say, hey, like, why do we care what's going in there? And we should open up the use table, take the existing use tables and just have them apply more broadly to the street frontage. There's probably a few exceptions like warehouses that we don't want to be there, but just for the sake of the staff, is there consensus amongst the group that we would like to direct staff to come back with a draft that includes an expanded set of uses for the street frontage or the street level commercial space? Is there consensus on that? I know there's details in there, but okay, well, I'm seeing at least 4-ish. Okay. So I think we've got some direction there. Obviously, there's, Jeff, some detail that we'll need to want to work out in that, but assuming how broad we want to go. But okay, so I think we've got something there. Tiffin?
Yeah, I was just going to say, since I know we're on a timeline, I would just put it out there that we should just consider the whole services category. Because I think what will end up happening is we're excluding some uses that may be infrequent, but they're potentially needed, like even mortuary services. I mean, most towns I know have a downtown mortuary service. So, I mean, I guess what I'm saying is I don't want to inadvertently exclude uses that actually might be quite useful either now or in the future, just because we're not just tracking on them, if that makes sense. So my personal feeling is services, transportation services, hotels, potentially live work units, potentially recreation.
Bars.
Bars, I thought we already I thought we already decided that one. But those are the, I think that's the complete list that I thought was kind of missing, was services, transportation services, hotel, live work units, bars, recreation.
Does pet groomers fit into some category that we already have?
What's that, Carolyn?
Pet groomers, do they fit into some
Pet
category?
groomers, they're in services, I'm sure. They might be in a smaller, services is broad, and then there are smaller categories within services. But I would say if we're not going to go to an effort to be more specific, which is fine with me, we should be reasonably broad. And I think maybe even as Victor said, to me, this all is kind of commercial. So I don't know if others would agree with that, but that's what I think of it as.
And I really think what Dan mentioned about amusements and entertainment, I mean, there's got to be a little room for that as well, you know? And what's wrong with movies? What's wrong with movies and videos? I mean, why?
We're going to get to that one next. We're going to get to that one next. Victor?
Obviously we're not going to go back to all commercial, or it doesn't feel like people have the appetite for that, which is not surprising. But I think then, Dan, to your list of issues, mix becomes important because, and again, without, I don't want to get in the business of dictating that, but we talk about restaurants, for instance, and the need for restaurants. But if you build a bunch of restaurant space without venting and you don't plan for restaurants, then you're not going to have restaurants. And so somehow we have to contemplate in these spaces that are going to go in, where do the restaurants go? If every developer says, well, restaurants will be great across the street or over there, again, you run into a situation where you're not built out for it.
Yeah. Can I ask one clarifying question of you? Because I believe I'm making an assumption that may be incorrect on something that you're saying. And I want to make sure that I'm not inadvertently portraying something the wrong way. When you say go to like, what's the word you used around commercial? Go to just
put it back.
Yeah, like blanket commercial. I'm inferring there that you're saying like, hey, we should be recommending that we get rid of all of the residential part of things, which is not necessarily a part of this exercise. So I'm layering on that. When you're saying just having a blanket commercial designation, are you talking about just having, hey, just we'll call it commercial and it applies to every ground floor in the town center? Doesn't matter what you build over it based on the height limits that are currently there. But is that the way you're portraying it? Or were you suggesting that we should go back to the way it was where there's no multifamily?
The answer is yes. I mean, put it back the way it was in 1995 is a little bit tongue in cheek. I'm a realist, but that actually worked. Short of that, it would be very it would be very realistic to say, look, just make it all ground floor ground floor commercial. I almost slipped up, Carolyn, and I'm the worst offender, but just make it all ground floor commercial. And then let it work itself out. But then again, you still have a mixed problem, I think. Because again, who's going to build venting in their buildings? It's expensive. it's expensive to build out for restaurants. So
Carolyn?
Again, maybe a property owner will just decide to build for a restaurant. I mean, just with the idea that that's the most likely thing they're going to get. So
Yeah.
maybe we don't have to specify that. I wanted to mention, I don't know how we go forward here, but if this group feels like less specification is the order of the day, yet we're giving input to Jeff and Sarah, well, if you're going to make a list, these things should be on it. So I don't know if we can do a parallel track where we continue to cooperate with staff and try to make this specified approach, but meanwhile send the council a suggestion that we think less specificity is the way to go. So that's one of my questions for everybody. But meanwhile, I need to get back to this list that they're building. So we build a list of things that are allowed. This makes me uncomfortable because human creativity is endless. They're going to come up with something very cool that we haven't got on our list, in a year or in 5 years or in 10 years. And I would like to see an opt-in sort of procedure. Maybe it's a design commission decision or something where some proposed business that's not on the list, is not listed as a FAR use or whatever, has a way of being reviewed and meeting some criteria and getting in, so that so people who live on Mercer Island and people who live in the downtown center will have the benefit of this cool thing that we haven't thought of.
I can answer that in part, at least briefly. For uses that are in question, it sounds like something, but it's not explicitly something. And this is for the code in general. This just isn't for uses. There is a built-in mechanism into the code. It's called a director's interpretation, where someone can file an application with the city and say, hey, code section X, whatever it is, we believe, is either vague or we've received information that it's being applied one way. We think it should also be applied in this other way. So it could be for a potential use, a definition of a certain use. There is a potential to resolve perhaps, certain instances in that regard. So that mechanism already exists. I don't disagree with what you're saying, Commissioner. There's always new things coming our way that we're constantly trying to, run behind and catch up to and make sense of and make sure it's incorporated into a code. That happens constantly.
Maybe a code deviation would be the way to go.
Oh, don't say that word.
I know, deviation. A deviation is a pretty straightforward, excuse me. It can be a means of making a decision that isn't so horribly complicated like a variance is, for example. So, I mean, maybe there is a procedure, Jeff, that would be a little more safe than relying on that looking for a problem in the code thing. So,
well, I want to move on. The council's always at its discretion to make changes to the use tables in the code. There's a process to go through it. It may not be simple, but there are always ways to make changes, including the ones that are more ministerial, like Jeff mentioned. Okay, I think we've got some at least cloudy consensus, Jeff and Sarah, around that first item. It's 11 o'clock. Can we try to get through the rest of these pieces in 20 minutes, maybe? The other one was the question about theaters. There's two questions. One, are the definitions appropriate? And B, the exemption of 5,000 square feet. I know, Mike, you had some questions about that earlier. Can we take those up just very quickly and give some guidance to staff on those items? First, let me take this. The definitions of theaters is performing arts, like live theater. I think Carolyn, maybe you brought up, like, why would we not want, if someone wanted to come in and do a 1 or 2 room picture house, is there a reason why we wouldn't want that? I can probably find arguments on both sides, but does anyone have an opinion either way? Carolyn, you brought it up. Do you have a?
Well, I mean, I just think it would be a good option. I don't see why to exclude it. And getting confused here. What was I going to say? I've lost my train of thought. So
Okay, well,
what was it you asked me, Dan?
I just asked about the live theaters versus movie theaters. You had mentioned it as not understanding why that wasn't there. I guess, did you have a comment about that? And if you don't, I'll poll the audience and see how people feel.
No, I had one more thing to say. And also there's such a strict requirement saying you can't sell anything. Like, I would love to see a performing arts center that has a, you know, or you know, has a shop in it. Like most of the places I go to for performing arts, there's a place you can buy stuff. Maybe that would just be considered a retail add-on or something, but I'd like to see them be able to sell things.
I can chime in really quickly, Commissioner Bozeman. I think that might be getting confused. I think the museums and art exhibition definition says explicitly art that is not for sale. But the theater's definition, it doesn't exclude sale services or anything like that. And you are right. I think that for the sale of art, that would be classified as retail already. And we do have some galleries already in the town center. And then for a performing arts venue, a theater, the separate restaurant or, retail gift shop kind of thing, that would still be an allowed use within that space.
Okay, good. Thank you.
This came up on the call earlier in the week. Is there any other perspective on the movie theater question as to why that was, or people who are in favor of movie theaters being included, or any comments on that? I had at least one. Tiffin?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's like, it doesn't preclude, say, an art center from showing movies, right? Because it says something like mostly for. So, I mean, I guess I'm fine with it. I don't think we're likely to get a movie theater. That said, I don't know why we would exclude the possibility of getting a movie theater. It seems really nice. But I can't imagine we're ever getting a movie theater, but I wouldn't be opposed to
or a
it.
bowling alley. I use that as my recreation one, and I'm like, who's going to use that much square footage for at the price of things on Mercer Island? Victor?
Yeah, I'm going to agree with Tiffin. I'm not even sure it's worth spending a lot of time debating. It's kind of equivalent to saying, hey, we're going to put telephone booths in the town center. Okay, that's great.
Okay. I tend to agree with that, and I didn't have a lot of hands raised. So we'll move on from that. The last one that I really think we need to address, Mike, you brought up the issue of the 5,000 square foot exemption in the calculation for the FAR. Do you want to just speak to that quickly?
Yeah, by putting that limitation on, and given the data that the staff has provided about the average size of the similar facilities, that really basically rules that out as being a use, because the developer is not going to be able to make up the difference in space in other retail. So I think that cap needs to be either increased or removed. And I mean, there's no point to making it a cap in the first place.
Thoughts, Victor? Is that a new hand?
It wasn't, but I went to look to raise my hand, and
Conveniently, it was there.
It was conveniently there,
Happens to me all the time.
permanently there for this discussion.
I
So
I learned the hard way, by the way, not to do that at an auction.
Well, when you start taking bids, you let me know. So I'm going to take the counterpoint on that. I don't think that particularly performing arts centers should count at all against the FAR. And I agree with Mike that they are relatively large and they take up a huge chunk. But again, this is my beef with what the council sent back and this discussion. We've lost sight of what we're trying to do, which is we're trying to preserve commercial space and I'll even say retail space. And now we're talking about, 20, 30,000 foot chunks of space in our town center dedicated to that. If you want to build it, and I would use the logic that Carolyn used earlier and is actually in our code right now with the south end of the town center. You're not prohibited from building a performing arts center. We're just not going to incent it. And that's how the code reads right now. And for commercial space, and I would turn that back around and use it on performing arts, which is you're not prohibited from building a performing arts center, but we're not going to incent it.
Okay, Carolyn.
Counterpoint again, counterpoint 2. God, now listening to Victor and talking about the performing arts space and thinking about Micah. I mean, I would like if various types of businesses or entities are going to count in the FAR, I would like a performing arts space to be one of those that counts. I just think of it as desirable entity for all of our residents.
Okay.
So I guess I'm not just interested in commercial. I mean, I guess I shouldn't really have expressed it that way, but I really like a lot of flexibility. That's what I like to see. Market, what does the market want? What do people want? Is whatever that might be. Okay, I'll quit.
So, Jeff and Sarah, I'm not hearing a lot of definitive direction on making any changes there. What I might suggest, Mike, is maybe do some homework, and if you have an alternate recommendation that you want to bring when we review the draft of this, we can have further discussion that's maybe a little bit more concrete around the numbers if you want to adjust those or something like that.
And maybe before 11 o'clock at night too.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, those were like the 3 big ones. Sarah, were there any other pieces that I missed that you wanted some direction on?
The only other specific request related to the performing arts and visual arts centers was to exempt them from the 60 feet contiguous linear street frontage requirement that's currently in the code. I don't know if we want to dig into that one, a single use piece, but that's the other kind of key one.
And to paraphrase that as it's proposed, or the way the language is written is that you can only have 60 feet of contiguous frontage dedicated to one use, and then it has to be another use, and that the Performing Arts Center would be exempt from that 60-foot limit.
Correct.
Great. Tiffin.
Yeah, I would make the argument that we would have this issue with more than the performing arts use. So I would agree we should exempt the Performing Arts Center, but again, if we're, I just don't know where these bigger buildings are going to go, like another Rite Aid type building, another grocery store type building. They're all going to be more than 60 feet. So I think this is a broader issue than just the art center. And so the simplest thing is to get rid of the requirement altogether. Then you kind of eliminate some of the architectural, you know, you're going to give up on architectural interest, but you'll increase sort of the retail practicality.
Okay, Victor?
Just quickly, I would like to understand from staff just how many contiguous 60-foot spaces there are in the town center. I don't think there's that many. Or I should say potential.
I don't have an exact number, but I would agree with you generally speaking.
I think it's basically the Walgreens space, the Rite Aid space,
The grocery stores.
yeah, the
Stores.
grocery store. Well, yeah, the grocery stores, and I think
The
that's
physical
about it.
therapy clinic.
Yeah,
Which one's
I
that?
guess my point is it's not a lot, but they are important uses. And so then what ends up happening is you got to make them narrow, push back. And then if the second floor isn't eligible, like sometimes you have grocery stores with 2 levels. I would just say it needs a little more thought. That's all I would say.
I would agree with that.
I agree also.
Okay, so I hear enough consensus. I'll add myself into the mix of like, I agree there's probably some sort of measure there. Is 60 feet the right one? I'm not sure. So I think the direction I'm hearing is that we should either look at Sarah and Jeff, whether that number is appropriate or whether there's another mechanism that we can use, or are there other exemptions that we should consider? I think those are the 3 options.
Okay.
Okay. Any other last thought? My apologies. I'm just trying to move us through this because of the late hour. Any other last comments on that before we move on to the final pieces of business? All right. Thank you all. Thank you, Jeff and Sarah, for your patience in us getting through that. There was, when we met on Monday, we knew this was going to be a meaty meeting. So that has borne true.
2 meetings a month.
Yeah. So moving on from that, number 5, Deputy Director's report. Allison, welcome back.
Thank you. I made it just in time. My computer decided it had to do an automatic reboot and install updates.
Oh, excellent.
Anyway, I'm going to keep it really short. Just one important thing is we're currently recruiting for our open seat on the commission, and the recruitment process is open through February 11th. So if you happen to know anyone who might be interested, or, you might be able to get interested, please let them know. And the application form is available on the city website. If anyone has trouble finding it, shoot me an email.
Excellent.
And
Thank
our
you
next
very
meeting is February 16th. That's all I've got.
That's exactly where I was going to go. Item 6, future meetings, February 16th. I know we arranged this because of people being out for midwinter break. Are there any known, does anybody know if they're going to be out for certain, or is everyone planning to be there? All right. Hearing none, we should have a quorum, Allison, for that. 7, any additional announcements or communications from the group or from the staff?
Yeah, I've got about 10 minutes worth of stuff I need to cover.
Go ahead.
I don't feel well. I think I need to leave.
All right. Well, with that, our next meeting is February the 17th. I will call this meeting to a close. If everyone can please stay on the line until Lori has the, I'm sorry?
16th.
Did I say the wrong date?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Close
Oh,
enough.
sorry. It's late enough. Yeah. whatever Allison said. So in any case, if everyone can please stay on the line, Lori will end the meeting for us. And with that, I'll conclude tonight's meeting. Thank you, everybody, for your patience and putting up with this. Have a good couple of weeks.